Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the regular meeting for the Madera County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, May 7th, 2019. Time is 9:01, and we'll start off. Madam Clerk, are there any additions to the agenda?
Hello.
Any additions to the agenda? All right. County Council, will you please read the items into the record for closed session?
Hello, Chairman, members of the board. There are 4 items for today's closed session. 2 of the items are conference with your labor negotiators, and your agency designated representatives are Adrian Caleb and Eric Fleming, your county administrative officer. Those are both under Government Code Section 54957.6. The employer organization is all units and also unrepresented employees, a prospective public health officer, a paid call firefighter, and a paid call driver operator. You have Government Code Section 54957, discussion of public employee appointment and employment, and the title of that position is prospective public health officer. And the last item is under the same Government Code section, public employee performance evaluation, and the title of the position is county librarian. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public comment regarding any of our closed session items? Seeing none, I'll call close to the public comment. We'll adjourn to closed session.
They're not going where they're supposed to go. Oh, there. Now it worked. I think it's like, hello? I don't know.
No. Okay, so we can control it. It sounds like back there. We're gonna keep it unmuted. So you'll have.
Okay, got it.
she's muted.
No.
Oh, it's us. Is that something? Oh, there it goes.
So there's a huge delay.
Huge one.
One,
Is everyone's
two,
like that, or just hers?
three. Okay.
That's not good.
Sir, there seems to be about a 6-second delay on everyone's digital mute. So, 3, 4, 6.
So that means they're gonna be talking and
That
you're
would be the one.
not gonna hear anything.
That means that
They all need to use their buttons on their mics. So we need to tell them that when they come out.
which means we gotta do a reboot of the system before we call, but obviously we're not gonna do it.
Well, golly gee.
You want me to mute her mic for now?
Okay.
Yeah, only use the physical. I'll let them know, yeah.
Okay. Who else did you let know?
All the way down, Max, I'll tell them that we're gonna.
Good.
I keep mine on all the time. Let's go back to the normal. Okay. I used to have to look for it on.
Oh, he doesn't like to be asked. Oh, I like. Sorry.
If everyone can please start finding their seats. It started here pretty soon. It's going to be. If everyone can please start finding your seats, we're going to get started here.
How are you? Doing well, thank you. How are you? Yeah, I can't complain. Yeah. No shit. So if you want to check it out, you'll use the one on the screen. Is that yours? It's the button on the actual mics. Okay. All right. There's no need to screen your case. 30 seconds. Okay. So just
Don't mute our screen.
don't touch your screen.
Oh, don't.
No, just use the one on the actual
Got it.
All right. I will call this meeting to order of the regular meeting of the Madera County Board of Supervisors. Today is May 7th, 2019. Time is 10:02. There were no additions to the agenda. Madam Council, is there anything to report out of closed session?
Chairman, there are no reportable actions from today's closed session.
Thank you. And so we will open, I'll call this meeting to order, and we'll open and close the meeting in memory of Supervisor Wheeler. I believe you have some.
Yeah, I'm going to let Max start off with Les Tarpley, a good friend of both of ours. So Max, if you'll start with him.
Yeah, Supervisor Wheeler, you know, Les Tarpley came to Tom. Let's go back a little bit. Tom and I worked up there at the sawmill many, many years ago. We're talking about probably 25, 26 years ago. And Les Tarpley was he was originally from Sanger. I was already working up there, and Tarpley came on, and they hired him. To be true, though, when Les Tarpley arrived in Norfolk, and there at Norfolk, he came out of Sanger, I believe. Yeah. And I think he got run out of Sanger by the gangs up there because he was a little bit on the criminal side. But, you know, over times, by living up there and meeting his future wife, he became a real nice gentleman. And he stayed that way for many, many years. And he worked there at the sawmill for, I guess, over 24 years. And after they shut the place down, he stayed up there, and he married a beautiful lady there. They had a beautiful wife. And I'd see him, and Tom would see him often. He was a great guy. And Tom told me that today that he passed away in February, and nobody knew about it. He kept it so quiet. He didn't want any ceremonies, any services or anything. They just cremated him, and like nothing happened. That was a shame, because I think he was well loved by the community. Tom, you want to continue?
Yeah, just that he was a great guy. There was nobody he didn't like and wouldn't help. I can't even explain. His wife and I went to high school together, so it was really like a small family. And I seen him at the post office a week and a half ago, and they told me that had I heard that he had died, his wife and his sister both, and I hadn't. So he died actually in February. And he didn't want services, and he was one hard-working guy, though, I tell you. And he did get he was I guess a troublemaker down there at Sanger. He had a lot of fun down there. So anyway, he moved up here, and he never gave anybody no trouble. He had that big old smile, had blonde hair, and great guy. And then the other one is another one I went to high school with, Don Trainer. They were there when I moved up there in '58, so I don't know how long ago. I think they moved up there in the '40s, him and his dad and his sister, and he's got kids now. But anyway, he was coming up from Fresno last Monday, I think it was, and a fire truck came out of the road, and he slowed down, and some guy rear-ended him, and he lived about a half a day, and he passed away. It was just a shame. He was a great asset to Oakhurst in the mountain area. He was a logger, a road builder. I mean, he did it all. And then another good friend in Norfolk, Don Schaefer. He passed away just from old age more, and I think he had some cancer too, but and he'd been up there for probably 25 years. But Les, he moved up there in 1959. Yeah, so he had been up there a long time. So anyway, just hold them in your hearts, and they were 3 great guys, so thank you, boss.
Thank you. Are there any others? We'll move to the.
We have one other one to close in memory of Don Trainer. Is that who you were talking about, Tom?
Don Trainer, yes.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
All right. So we will have the invocation by Pastor Tim McGraw. All right. Oh. And then Gary Savanda, our assessor, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance after?
So, Lord, we really appreciate this, the beauty of this day. Thank you for your beautiful sunshine, beautiful weather. We ask right now your blessing on our city, on our Board of Supervisors, on all the support staff. We thank you for helping us. We invite your wisdom to any of the decisions that are going to be made today. We invite you and thank you. You're always available. We appreciate your wisdom, and we just invite you to help us today. So bless this meeting and all that happens today. We ask this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Ready, salute. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Item 4, public comment. Madam Clerk?
The first 15 minutes of each regular session are set aside for the members of the public to address the board on any matter under the jurisdiction of the board but not appearing on the agenda. The board will not take action on any items presented under public comment. Speakers are limited to 2 minutes. Anyone addressing the board is asked to print their name clearly on the speaker sheet at the podium and state their name and county of residence for record.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jay Varney, Madera County Sheriff. I just wanted to remind the board and everyone that today is our Madera County Law Enforcement Memorial Service. It will be at noon in the Courthouse Park at the memorial, and everyone is welcome to attend. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Adrienne Calip this morning, reporting on behalf of the Madera County Public Information Team. At the end of last year, our team won an award at the state level with CSAC for their Challenge Award. And I'm very proud to stand before you this morning to let the board know and the public know that the Madera County Public Information Team will be recognized at the national level. We won the Achievement Award for NACO in the area of public education and civil engagement.
Yay, woo!
I want to thank, we have our team members that are here. I see there's Nick Salinas, Letty Gonzalez, Melissa De Silva, and I did see Shalea, she's back here. And we come together every Monday morning and we work hard to tell the Madera County story. So I'm very proud. Thank you.
You guys really do, so thank you so much.
I wanted to codicil on that as for the public's information that NACO is the National Association of County Organizations. So this is our second national award at NACO. One was for budgeting prowess, and this is the other one. So we're really we're hitting on all 8 nationally in Madera County. Many number ones.
And in the interest of public education, if you guys could please put out codicil and the definition of it so that all of us can understand what David just said. We appreciate that.
Good morning. My name is Theresa Moss Courier. I live on Avenue 12 in Madera Ranches. Thank you. Recently, there was a petition submitted by residents, And I'm here to tell you that Avenue 12 is a nightmare. It's difficult to get out of my driveway. I live right on 12. I oftentimes go around the block and come in from a different direction because I'm afraid of getting rear-ended. People pass in whatever passing lanes there are. They do not do the speed limit. At 10 o'clock at night, oftentimes there are motorcycles ripping up and down the road. It's very disturbing. When I first moved there, like 7 years ago, it was quiet. It was busy during commute times, but at night it was quiet. We could have our windows open. Now I can't even open my windows. I can't have a conversation in my backyard sometimes because the traffic is so loud. It has increased substantially since we moved there. I feel like we need either some more stoplights, some stop signs, a roundabout, something that speed bumps that will make people slow down. People don't do the speed limit. There was an accident in front of my house where somebody was passing on the double yellow line and hit a motorcycle. And the motorcyclist flew up into the air and landed on the ground. He didn't die. He had injuries. He had to go by ambulance. I don't want to see that happen anymore. I want to be able to enjoy. I moved out to the country to get away from this, and I want to enjoy quiet, and I can't right now. And so I'm imploring you to please, whatever powers you have, to make something happen, that you do. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rhonda Salisbury. I'm the CEO of the Visit Yosemite Madera County Visitors Bureau, and I am here because it's National Travel and Tourism Week, and we have some numbers for tourism for Madera County, and I believe Tom passed out those to everybody. So despite the fires and the government shutdown was this year and a little bit last year, but despite the Ferguson fire that closed Yosemite in the biggest month of the whole entire year. The Dean Runyon and Associates, they do this tourism travel impact every year. And Madera County from tourism made $338.8 million. We support, tourism supports 4,200 jobs, which is really incredible. And there was a 4.4% boost over 2017. So we're really proud of these numbers and really thankful that this board continues to support tourism and ourselves. And just a real quick that the statewide, California still remains #1 for tourism in the United States, $140 billion industry with now 1.2 million jobs supported. So we are very lucky to live in the land of riches here. So you have these. If you have any questions, you can call me, and we're going to head up. So part of the National Tour and Travel Month is we are hosting 15 high-end influencers, social media influencers, and media from all over the world. So I'm meeting somebody from Mexico, Japan, Brazil, and a high-end influencer from Australia for lunch this afternoon. So I'm going to head back up the hill, but thank you so much for your support.
With those influencers, we're going to do the Fire Festival in Madera County.
Yes, the non-fire dance.
Yeah.
Please, thank you.
Thank you for the great job you're doing with the tourism industry. And when I first came on the board in 2011, the board decided that expanding tourism would be one of our priorities in economic development. And you can see the results of planning that and the efforts you've made through the years. The trajectory is wonderful. I mean, any business that their trajectory looks like that is that's so outstanding. Yeah. And for the dollars invested, it's been totally worth it. And
almost $100 million in 10 years that we've.
It's amazing. It's just absolutely amazing. We'll take it all day long and on Sunday too.
Yeah. We'll go out there and visit all these wonderful places here in Madera County.
We have some great spots. Thank you.
Great work, Rhonda.
Thank you. Thank you. We've got a group coming to the Vineyard, a culinary group tomorrow. They're going to dine at the Vineyard and go to the Fossil Discovery Center, of course, and also hit the wine trail. So,
Good.
About that. Thank you all.
Keep it up.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Matt Triever, Community Economic Development Director. I wanted to take a brief moment to introduce the board to the two newest Community Economic Development employees. We'll start with Wally Nishimoto. He's been in Madera for a little while, I think, but we're excited to have him. He is our first business systems information analyst with the department, primarily right now training and working under Becky on our permit tracking system and software. So really excited to have Wally here. He does live in Madera County as well.
What was the last name?
And Annette Kephart also, who is leaving me for Jamie and going to be effective on May 1st, is a Planner 1 now with the department.
That's awesome.
And she's filling in Becky's footsteps, who is the only person I think that's held every title in the planning department for the county at some aspect. So
Now she's on her way.
She's on her way. So with that, wanted to introduce the board to them and excited to have them.
Keep up the great work, team. Now, this one's really special. It's a special day today, and it's Joseph's 34th birthday, and Brett's yesterday's birthday was his 39th, so he's almost 40.
And holding.
And they're holding. And so we got some cards for him, and I think we all ought to sing happy birthday to both of them. So happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Joseph and Brett. Happy birthday to you. Hey.
You want to say something?
he's speechless. What can he say?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Joseph.
Good morning. My name is Valjean Jury. I was the one that put the petition up on, what do you have a bet going here? On Nextdoor, and wanted to thank you for giving us a voice this morning. And I thank the young lady that just came up and spoke. If you read the petition, the CARE 2 signers, we have 119 now. The comments that they've all made are all about safety. It's become a terrible thing to worry about your child walking home from school, and there are areas that there aren't any sidewalks on Avenue 12. It's a terrible thing to send your teenager out to the grocery store and worry about whether or not they're going to return. I've not only put the petition, and I took all the information on the petition from the residents on Nextdoor. It wasn't just my idea, it was all of them together that funneled all their ideas into me. This is my first rodeo, by the way. So I've been in touch with Ahmed, I'm not going to try and say his last name, and he has promised to see what he can do to help our cause along. I've also been in touch with CHP for a graph or percentage of traffic increase, accident increase, fatality increase over the last 2 years on Avenue 12, and I should be getting that in another 10 days. We're very passionate about this, and we're not going to stop until we reach, at least get it on the agenda and have an opportunity to discuss it with you. So one of the, and I earmarked it on my paper, one of the remarks I got that just really touched me a lot was one from a husband that said, my wife was in a bad wreck on 12 and I almost lost my best friend, lover, my children's mother, and my world because of Avenue 12. And that just brings tears to my voice and my eyes. If there's anything else you need, we'll still be in touch. It would be wonderful if any of you would step forward and put this on the agenda and we could get it done a little more quickly. I know that people feel like we need to hurry up and get this done before anyone else is killed or injured. I thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate that your attention to this and bringing it forward in a very positive way and getting the input. What Well, like a lot of times with petitions, it's just a signature. You don't know if they really care about it or if they just got caught walking into a grocery store. But having the actual comments and being able to read them, putting the actual, knowing that there's the passion behind it, and it's something that we are taking very seriously. We've already been doing a lot of these things, looking at this, but I thought that it was interesting when I first read this. You know, we talked at the meeting, and you took out, you know, just blame me one segment,
Right.
and looking at what it is in the region, and I really appreciated that. 'Cause
That was from your comment,
Yeah.
and I appreciate that input too.
Yeah, and so I just, you know, this is the kind of working relationship that we can really get something done with the citizens and our board. So I want to just compliment you on being willing to work, and I noticed it and I really appreciated it.
Well, thank you very much. And I don't know what the next step is. I guess we just wait until we get all this information and then send it back to you again?
Yeah, and so we'll start working on different designs, looking at different things and how to make traffic safer, looking at, you know, where the bypass, you know, putting money onto Avenue 9, something like
Yeah.
that. We can't talk too much about that because it's not
No.
agendized.
Well, I understand that's kind of slim to none, the bypass, because we don't have the funding for it yet. So I don't know if we can, I'm kind of going for the signals right now because I figured that's probably one of the least expensive and most important things we can do right now.
Which is why a lot of people take 12 now, because it's an alternative to Herndon,
That's
where you
right.
get stopped at the lights, both coming east and west. It's the path between 12 and 40, or between 41 and 99.
Exactly.
So, you know, just getting it slowed down a little bit through there. We are looking at, already looking at a stoplight at 35, which will just
That's my
impede.
street, yeah.
So we'll get there, and
Okay.
I appreciate your willingness to work on it. I really do.
Okay, I appreciate your
I'm there with
comments.
you.
Thank you very much.
Tom?
I just wanted to thank you too, and then the thing is, just a couple of weeks ago, we had we've done a study on all of our roads, 1,700 miles of them in Madera County, plus the 500 miles in special districts. And one of the things is, in that study is the safety and conditions and how many people are traveling on those roads. So it might be right up to the top anyway when we start doing assigning, when we prioritize these roads. So
Yeah.
this would just kind of add to that.
Add
So,
to it, yeah.
Yeah, so thank you.
And I would invite you to come to the Madera County Transportation Commission, Valjean. We'll get that information to you. Oh, no, yeah, I would invite you to bring this to Madera County Transportation Commission. We'll get you the information of when to bring that. Okay? Thank you.
Let me say, before she sits down, you're very fortunate to have a supervisor who's really plugged into this issue already, and I believe we're going to get something solved.
Thank you.
Chairman, Board of Supervisors, Matt Watson, Assistant Fire Chief, Madera County. I just want to give you a quick update on the recruitment and retention of paid call firefighters. We just graduated our latest class on Sunday, and we started with over 20 applicants. We had 18 show up for the second day, and after we explained the commitment, and we graduated 14. And some of those 14 are going to our stations that are down to just a couple of volunteer firefighters. So it's great to see those stations that'll be bolstering their numbers. Our recruitment is always open, and we're already working on the next academy. So if people want to apply, volunteerfirefighter.org, or just contact our office. Also want to thank the pit team. Letty and Melissa were out there on Saturday taking photos of the final evolutions for the group, and Shalea was out there on Sunday for the graduation, and I look forward to seeing those photos they get posted. So just thank you. I just want to give you a quick update.
Thank you so much. Thank all of those guys for us, and girls.
All right, is there any other public comment? If it's regarding water, we have that later. Is this?
Igal Trebach, on behalf of Liberty Groves. I'm sitting here and I'm listening and heart palpitating. I'm very well aware of Avenue 12. I'd like to make a commitment and a donation towards a stop sign where you guys decide it should be placed along Avenue 12, which can help slow down the traffic in the ranchos. So, Brett, you know how to get in touch with me. I'll be very happy to help. I know the county is not necessarily rich with money, but we're willing to participate.
Wow.
Thank you.
Very generous. Thank you, Gal.
All right, is there any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll call close to the public comment portion. We'll move to item 5, the consent calendar. Are there any items that any supervisor wish to pull for further discussion? Supervisor Rogers?
Yeah, I wanted to ask some questions of item I.
All right.
Sorry, Matt, I probably should have talked about this when we were on the phone the last 2 days, but
No problem.
I forgot about it. In this contract agreement, are there any metrics and oversight concerning this collection of data?
Sure, absolutely. And Jamie will certainly assist. Matt Trieber, Community Economic Development Director. So the contract and the scope folds right into what we entered into with the state of California when we signed up for the funding. In fact, we just received our first round of that check back from the state simply for entering into that contract. So there are metrics there. We have plugged in with a number of different community organization groups. I think I see Shinera with First Five. We've met with her group and herself to fold them in. So we will have that. We also have upped some staff levels on our end to make sure we're managing the grant process and these contracts to ensure compliance with it, and we're getting the best possible count we can through that process.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple things. On item F, on the Community Action Partnership, on the second paragraph, it's got the 0 for 3 program in the Madera City, and I just wondered, does the city pay any money on that, and do we have any of that for the rest of the county? Hi, Matt. Hit that button.
Hit the button. Matt turned it off on you.
Yeah.
Good morning. Maddie Mendez, Community Action Partnership. I'm sorry, Supervisor, your question again?
It's on the second paragraph, it's got, in the board letter, it's got the Early Head Start, the 0 for 3 program.
Yes.
And is that any place else in the county besides just the city, or do they pay anything to help with that, donations or anything like that?
So the Early Head Start program started a few years ago when we applied for expansion, and we did a reduction of our slots, our preschool slots, to open Early Head Start. What we found was the need was in the community, and it's a home-based program, so we can expand those services throughout the county. But we found the majority of the need was here in the city.
Yeah.
And so I reached out to Paulo, who's here, Camarena Health, and leased a building that would be centered for our 0 to 3 moms and our pregnant moms, so they would have access to medical, dental, vision care that they needed for the children. So at this time, based on the funding and what we have, it's about $500,000.
Yeah, I've
We're
seen that.
providing those services here locally, but if we find a family that's in need in our Madera County area, we're able to do home-based services from that location.
Oh, okay, and we also have, Paul, we have an office in Oakhurst and Chowchilla now too, so
Yes,
they're
yes.
really expanding. So thank you. I just wanted to check and see if that was available for the rest of it. And thank you so much for your great work. Yours
Thank
too,
you.
Paul.
Yes.
And then,
That motion.
yeah, exactly. On item O, Jay, you don't have to come up. I just wanted to, so the people know why we're trying to raise their minimum up to that $500,000 a month, because what happened we couldn't do no Forest Service work with that, $6 million plus that we got to clean all the dead trees off the public lands, because the Forest Service wouldn't let us cut them because we didn't have no contract or no NEPA and all that. It took us over a year and a half to get it done. We have to have all that money spent by February of next year. So that's the reason that contract is
Yeah, it's not
changed.
increasing the contract, it's just how much we can put in per month.
How much of work they can do, and they've got tons of work to do now that they finally got the deal done with the Forest Service. And then item V on the Bass Lake roads, I bring this up every year, and I think we need to bring it up again. They haven't had an increase in their fees since 1989, and I think, Ahmad, it's time that maybe we have another hearing up there to see if we can't increase that, at least
Which
cost
one?
of living.
Which one are you on?
It's item V, Victor.
V is in Victor, okay.
I'm sorry.
I went to B, I was like, that's, okay.
No, V and Victor. And I mean, they're always complaining to me about their roads and how we don't get them either snow plowed off or they're not fixed, but they're not willing to spend more than $100 a year. It's just ridiculous. So I think I'm going to pass it, vote for it. I mean, but we need to really work on that. And then an item W, I need somebody to explain that to me, Brett. Maybe you can. I read that thing twice, and I don't know where that 15,000 is coming from, going, or what have you, from MD 95. Hello, Bill.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Phil Toller with your Public Works Department. This is essentially just a housekeeping item. This was for a road improvement project that was done in 17-18. However, it was fully budgeted in 17-18. It was, the invoices weren't paid at that time. So this money is a transfer so we could pay the balance of that project off.
They haven't been paid since last year, and they didn't complain?
Well, we piggybacked it with another job we were doing in Madera Ranchos area to get a better bang for our buck, and we used multiple vendors for this, for different products, and most of the majority of the invoices were already taken care of. However, this is just, the books are closed in 17-18 now, and we're just cleaning up those invoices.
Just retentions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, is there anything else from any other supervisors? Oh,
Yeah, I just
Supervisor
wanted
Rogers?
to piggyback off of what Tom said on item O. As a result of a large amount of logging that we've got going on in terms of the tree mortality, the stockpile of those logs is tremendous. When we were up there in Bass Lake, I was noticing they're running out of places to put them. I want the public to know, and you to know, I addressed that with the governor and with several other people in this last meeting we had with RCRC.
Yeah.
We made it a priority, not only just to fund the tree mortality problem, but to fund and to look for a policy on decisions for biomass that would make it possible to get rid of those piles, because we're running out of we're into a window now where much of that is not even going to be usable as biomass.
Exactly.
And it's a shame that environmental policy has led it to a disaster in the environment, and it just continues to compound itself, but I wanted to point that out. Thank you.
All right, is there any public comment regarding the consent calendar or any items on the consent calendar? Seeing none, I'll call close to the public comment.
Move to approve the consent calendar as given.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk?
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
5-0, vote.
All right, we're at 10:30, so we'll start our public hearings now. Item 6A.
Property Tax Administration. Presentation regarding the Property Tax Administration costs for 2018-2019. Hearing to consider adoption of a resolution approving the Property Tax Administration costs and fees for fiscal year 2018-19, and to set the public hearing for May 14th, 2019 at 10:30 a.m.
Hit the button right in the middle.
The button,
No, right there, right in front of it. Yeah, yeah.
There we go.
Thank you.
Catherine Inoa with the Auditor Controller's Office. I have the property tax admin fee for 18-19 from the 17-18 actuals. And I just want to present this to get approval.
Does anybody have any questions regarding it? This is a public hearing. I will take it out to the public for any comment. Any comment from the public regarding this item? See none? I'll close the public comment portion, bring it back to the board for action.
Move to approve?
We have a motion and a second. All those in, oh, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, I missed the second.
Supervisor Rodriguez.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez? Yes. Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Vote passed 4-0. 4-1 absent.
Thank you. 6B.
Hearing to consider adoption of a resolution approving financing pursuant to Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 and the Joint Exercise Powers Act relating to improvements of 720 East Almond, Madera, California.
Hello. Hello, good morning. Tracy Kinney, Madera County Treasurer Tax Collector. Camarina Health came to us about a month ago, first week of April, and requested that we do the public hearing that's required by law in order for them to do a TEFRA hearing, which is tax and equity financing something or other. Anyway, we've done this before for Valley Children's Hospital in 2006, so it's a typical action, and for Valley Children's, they did a $40 million issue in 2006. So there's two things that we need to do today. We also have the public hearing, which Rhonda, the clerk of the board, she published already, and it had to be published by the end of April, so it was published. And then we worked with County Council, Dale Back-Chagalupi, to make sure that the resolution and the board letter was in appropriate Madera County form. And we hustled like crazy to make sure that it got on the May 7th board meeting, which is where we are today. So we need the board to have the public hearing, close the public hearing, and then adopt the attached resolution. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the board? If not, this is a public hearing. I will now open the public comment portion of the public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to make comment? Seeing none, I'll call close to the public comment portion. Bring it back to the board for action.
Move to approve. Oh, second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk?
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez? Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can stay up here, Tracy. Item 7A.
Discussion and consideration of entering into an amendment to Madera County Contract Number 10860-C-2017 with Host Compliance LLC in the amount of $39,000 per year for 3 years for a total of $117,000 for short-term rental compliance monitoring and associated services, and authorize the chairman to sign.
Good morning. Tracy Kennedy, Madera County Treasurer Tax Collector. You might recognize me from just a minute before. Anyway, what we're doing.
a different person.
I know. What we're doing here is coming to the board for approval for host compliance and enhanced services of host compliance. This is a good thing. And it's a good thing because it promotes fairness among all of the short-term rentals that we are trying to discover that are using online platforms to rent their houses, their cabins, or what have you. This allows us to not only see the parcels and the properties that are being rented, but also who's renting them and how many days they might be renting them. So that gives us a really good overview of what is going on for enforcement purposes. We want everybody to be in compliance. We want them to get their business license. We want them to report their quarterly transient occupancy tax. We want them to collect it. So this is one more tool in our toolbox. When we first brought this up to the lady that handles it in our office, Caroline Mitchell, She goes, "Oh, Tracy, I really want this enhanced. I want this. This is really going to help me." So she's boots on the ground, and so we're hopefully that this will.
And there was a large change in the TOT collected since putting them in. Is that correct?
Correct. We have increased our short-term rentals from approximately 100 or so when this first went in 2017 to in the neighborhood of 400 now, short-term rentals. So, which means everybody has to have a business license, everybody has to have a permit to operate, everybody has to report a quarterly tax return. And so it has increased our workload exponentially, doubled maybe. And but what we are getting reimbursed out of the TOT program. So the revenue, as you can see, and the admin knows, has gone up. We're estimating like a 3.2 million, I think, when it's all said and done for this fiscal year.
That's good. All right, Supervisor Rogers.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a kind of a statement along these lines that this is not something where we're Big Brother watching over the shoulder, but these are actual businesses that have an impact. And we have tourism that comes into the county. They have an impact on roads and services. And this is our way of collecting the taxes that would be commensurate with that impact. And so it's important that we're accurate in taking care of that, and I appreciate what's being done there. I just wanted to point that out. We don't just love collecting taxes for no reason. There's a reason behind this. So.
Correct.
Most of those people are coming from out of county, so it's
Exactly.
rather
And
collected.
there's no other way to collect a tax on their impacts.
Out than in, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, and you know, our TOT is 9%, and the BID, Business Improvement District, that went into effect, probably 10 years ago now, it's 2%. So that total of 11%, that needs to be charged and collected to any short-term rental users, and then we go ahead and we apportion it quarterly to the Visitors Bureau.
Are there any other questions? Is there any member of the public wishing to make comment on this? See none, I'll call close to the public comment, bring it back to the board for action.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk?
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez? Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy.
Item 7B.
Proclamation proclaiming May 2019 as Mental Health Month.
Good morning, Supervisor, Chairman and Supervisors. As you know, May is Mental Health Month, and we celebrate Mental Health Month in a lot of different ways. We wear lime green, we have lime green ribbons, we have events out in the community, we have events out in the schools, and a lot of public awareness. And in Madera here, it's really taken hold. And I'm going to highlight something that has happened in a middle school out in Chowchilla. And I'm going to ask a few of the people that are going to represent that to come up here.
I want you to see, I have lime green on the stripes of my shirt. It's hard to see.
Well, it was your socks, it really.
I had to raid my son's sock drawer today to get some that work.
I told him he should wear it around his neck. It looked better.
And also, I think we have a picture that if we could put it up there too. Because what I'm going to introduce is a project that happened at Wilson Middle School in Chowchilla, which I heard Supervisor Rogers' kids went through Wilson Middle School. And it was a project that the teacher, and the teacher's name was Mrs. Mendoza, who had the idea of let's have the kids, wait a second, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to switch gears. Instead of me stumbling around, I'm going to have Farrah tell how the project went. Okay, do you mind? I'll put you on. Okay, come in here.
She's very capable.
Because she won the contest of the drawing, which is the top picture. It's extremely powerful, especially when you see it up front. You can come to our lobby to see it. But go ahead, tell them what your project, what your teacher asked you guys to do.
She just asked us to like draw something that represents mental health. And
You
get to
figured it
choose-
out.
You get to choose any kind of like depression or something like that, and I chose depression. Yeah.
Anything else you want to say about your picture?
It's okay, we're great. You're doing great.
What inspired me to draw the picture was like it has like half of the face was a mask, like she's trying to hide her sadness or something, and the other half is like her true self, and all the words on the sides are like how she feels on the outside and then on the inside. And, yeah.
That's very good. Very good. Powerful.
Wow, there's wisdom
Wow.
beyond yours right there.
I think you said it, Supervisor Rogers. This is wisdom so far beyond yours and so far just beyond our thought process. And I've seen these pictures for a few days. They're up in our lobby on 7th Street, and it's just extremely powerful. And then they told me this morning that people were going to be here. In fact, Farrah, who drew the picture, was going to be here. And we have a certificate for her. But I also want to introduce her mom and her grandfather, the one with the biggest smile of the audience. And also Alicia is the vice principal of Wilson School. So, Mom, you want to say anything?
I don't know.
Like,
Don't let me put on spot. I don't know. She's a great artist. What she wants to do when she gets older, she wants to work in animation, hopefully Pixar is what she wants to do. So I'm proud of her. All she does, she's like not one of the kids that likes to play on the phone all the time. She likes to spend her hours drawing. So
Cool.
I'm proud of her.
It shows.
Great piece of music.
And what
too.
was
I
your
love the
name?
shirt.
My name's Jenny.
Jane?
Jenny.
Jenny.
For mental health.
And to the grandpa, I know your joy. I know your joy. I have a granddaughter as well, so. Yes.
And representing the school is Vice Principal. Thank you also for coming here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Say anything?
On behalf of our school, Farrah is one of those students that every teacher would like to have in their classroom. I'm in charge of discipline at our site, and she's never come across my office, so that's always a nice thing. But she is a great artist and has been in our plays, playing multiple roles. On behalf of talking about mental health, it's an increasing need in our schools. The traditional discipline policies of just send them to detention, suspend them, things like that, are not very effective. Programs like restorative justice, behavior health counselors, things like that, those are the things that we need in our public schools to help our students so that they can graduate from our schools and go into the community and be productive, positive people.
Thank you.
Supervisor Frazier is going to present the certificate, and I'm going to read it in. Whereas mental health is essential to everyone's overall health and well-being, and whereas all Americans experience times of difficulty and stress in their lives, and whereas prevention is an effective way to reduce the burden of mental health conditions, and whereas there is a strong research that animal companionship, humor, spirituality, religion, recreation, social connections, and work-life balance can help all Americans protect their health and well-being. And whereas mental health conditions are real and prevalent in our nation, and whereas with effective treatment, those individuals with mental health and other chronic health conditions can recover and lead full, productive lives. And whereas each business, school, government agency, healthcare provider, organization, and citizen shares the burden of mental health problems and has the responsibility to promote mental health wellness and support prevention efforts. Therefore, we, the Madera County Board of Supervisors, do hereby proclaim May 2019 as Mental Health Month in Madera, California. As the chairman of the Madera County Board of Supervisors, I also call upon the citizens, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools in Madera, California to recommit our community to increasing awareness and understanding of mental health, the steps that our citizens can take to protect their mental health, and the need to appropriate and accessible services for all people with mental health conditions.
Supervisor Poitras?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to mention, I was a judge for one of the three pictures that were submitted, and I didn't realize they're all from the same school, but it was a tough decision because I thought all of them were really, really good. There's one, I don't know if people could see it, but there's a heart, and there was black at the bottom of it that, showed, somebody's heart, and the symbolism really spoke. And then the other one was very similar to Farah's, except it was very stark and black and white. It was just a pencil. But, we again believe that Farah's painting, drawing was very symbolic and really covered everything. So I'd just like to say not only congratulations to you, but congratulations to the school for participating.
Great. And we have the proclamation, and we also have a certificate that's for Farah.
Yes, I want to present this to Farah on behalf of the Board of Supervisors and congratulate you on your insight and your artistic prowess, your ability to describe what is important about mental health. And as I look at your photo, your picture, I realize that many people are wearing a mask, masking the condition of their heart, the sadness that's in their heart. And one thing that I learned this last week that is so important about mental health, suicide is on a huge uptick, and they believe through studies that the underlying cause of that is time spent online. And I think that says something about our society in the sense that we need to get back in touch with each other and realize what's going on in each other's lives. And you're making that happen by pointing out that there's a part that somebody's not seeing, and they need to look deeper. They need to look deeper, and they'll find that. Thank you so much for your what you did.
Thank you.
Let's give it a
I love your phone case.
Yeah, I hope it worked. I've been trying the phones. The old type.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Oh, not me.
All right. Thank you. Very good.
We're also pretty proud of our schools that are been up so much. My wife is the president of the school board, and we were together last night celebrating teachers. So we appreciate their attention to this very much. So it starts at the top of our reach.
Also, I'm going to take just a moment or two that May is Mental Health Month, and this year it's recognizing that it's important to have the work-home life balance. And I can't say enough that in the strategic plan that was developed by the management team at the strategic planning meeting, that one of the areas is under employees, and part of that is employees' health and wellness. And I think that's going to go a long ways in making our workforce healthier, happier, and in turn more productive. Thank you, Board.
Thank you, Dennis.
All right. 7C.
Very good.
I'll let Supervisor Poitras take this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This particular item is to recognize May 2019 as CASA Awareness and Foster Care Month. It's as we can see, it's the month for many, many things, not the least the foster care. And the chairman allowed me to make this presentation today because the organization CASA, many of you have thought, oh yeah, I know about CASA, I've eaten there, it's over in Bullard and West. Well, that's Casa Corona, that's different than CASA. But I've served on the board of CASA, which is court-appointed special advocates, for about the last 7 years. And the reason I joined the board is because of the mission. The mission is court-appointed special advocates. The advocate is the key person in the organization. It's somebody who is a volunteer. They go through 40 hours of training, special training, and it allows them to be assigned to a foster kid and help them through life and especially through the court system. As you can imagine, you know, in your own lives, if you came from an intact home where there's a mother and father, I mean, you know, just even that, there's those childhood insecurities and things of that sort. Well, you can imagine what the situation is with a foster kid who's being transferred from home to home to home through no fault of their own, and without really anybody in their lives who is somebody who is stable, who is there with them all the time. And that's what CASA is all about. It's a appointed advocate to be with this kid, whether they're 8, 9 years old or 16 or 17 or whatever, to help guide them, to be a mentor, to be their advocate in the court system. So it's a great organization. As far as board members here locally, we have Paula Soares, he's been mentioned before with Camarena Health. He's one of the newer board members. We have 3 others in Madera County. We have an office on Yosemite Avenue at First 5. We thank you, Shanera, for partnering with us and for that office space. It's really made a big difference. And we have a lot of advocates here in Madera County, and Wilma will certainly go over that in a few minutes. And without going into too much more, I'd just like to say, you know, thank you very much to Wilma, to Paul Braswell, who's our fund development manager, and for all those who make this in our social service system and all our community partners in the courts that are really making a difference for children, kids in Madera County. So Wilma Hashimoto, she's our executive director. Wilma?
Thank you so much, Supervisor Poitras. You pretty much summed up everything that I had written, so I'll just put this away. But good morning, Board of Supervisors. It's a pleasure to be here. I, too, served on the board of CASA Fresno and Madera County since 2010. When the opportunity became available to be the executive director, I thought long and hard about it because I have been an educator for 29 years, working with children who have been at risk. But now at CASA, it's 100% of my children are at risk. And of those children who are the foster care system, the judicial system, Judge Bender will give us 20% of the most high risk. So already we know that foster children are at risk by the mere sake of that they were removed from their home because of neglect. Our children that we serve have been physically, emotionally, and sexually abused. So we walk alongside them because we know through early learning that the trajectory of these children because of the early trauma can be devastating. And that's why our mission is to recruit, train, and support community volunteers so that they walk along and have these authentic conversations with children for the first time from 0 to 18 years old and beyond. And I say beyond because 19 to 21 years old tend to be very vulnerable. Mental health, we had recognized that is significant. And we know that they suffer from post-traumatic stress 2 times that of war veterans. Of our foster youth, 50% will be graduating, 50% will not. Less than 3% of those children who go on to college will be graduating. So those are stark numbers, but we also know with our advocates who are there, who show up, who are the only unpaid person, adult in their life, that makes a huge difference. And so there's that trust that comes with children, and they open up, and that is the adults who say, hey, you need to do better at school. Hey, you know what? This is what you need to do in life. Those basic skills, and that's a community volunteer. So I thank the board, one, for this proclamation because it brings awareness of CASA. I say CASA is the best kept secret. Established in 2006 here in Madera. When I became ED in July, the first thing I did was reach out to my friend Shanera. It's like, we need a permanent office. And from that, we made connections with Cece at Superintendents of Schools, Sandy Moreno, the DA, Rob Sarkisian, Valley Children's Hospital, Deborah Martinez, of course, just walking alongside me as a partner. And my last 4 hires, I'm proud to say, has not only been Paul, but 3 other Maderans. And that is my commitment when I said, because everyone says, you're going to spend more time because there's more people and more resources down on the 99. No. And I said, I will spend more time north of the 99 in Madera. And that's my commitment. We had one person who's our advocate supervisor. The capacity tends to be around 25 to 30, and that's what she was at. So most recently, I hired another advocate, and she is splitting her time between being an advocate and a recruiter here in Madera, as well as a program assistant. So when I came on board, it was 26 children or 26 advocates. We're now at 43. But we don't rest on our laurels because we still have just as many on the waiting list. And so with our May being CASA Awareness Month, we hope to recruit additional community volunteers here in Madera. So thank you for this time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to share a 1-minute story before we give you the proclamation, but a story about an advocate, and the advocate's name is Alan Hall, the late Alan Hall. He was a pharmacist here in Madera for many, many years, part of the Lions Club. Many of you knew him. He joined CASA back around 2012 or something like that as an advocate, and he was in charge of 2 young lads' brothers, and you could just see how it just touched him to be working with these kids. And the story that brings tears to my eyes and brought tears to his eyes when he told me, he said he took these kids to Chuck E. Cheese in Fresno for some event, or maybe just they have pizza or something and have a good time. He says that one of the boys looked around the room and he was struck by the fact that there were so many families there. And it just it just brought Alan to tears, and he just, it just struck him so hard because these kids did not have a family unit, and they were just so impressed by the fact that there were families out there. So it's a great organization. Thank you so much. And the advocates are the people who can be that link, can be that father, mother, whatever it is. So with that, shall we?
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
go down and get a picture.
May 1st marks the beginning of National Foster Care Month, and CASA, court-appointed special advocates of Fresno and Madera counties, look to raise awareness of its overall mission to recruit, train, and support volunteer advocates who mentor foster youth in the county. And CASA focuses on overreaching goal of their advocates to build lasting relationships with abused and neglected children in the Chile welfare child. That's supposed to say child? It's not right. Child welfare and juvenile court systems. This bond with the foster youth children therefore increases educational success and employability, while in turn decreasing homelessness and incarceration. And the CASA organization thanks the volunteers who have donated over 20,000 hours of their time in the last year while inspiring the public to join them in being the voice that matters for foster youth in Fresno and Madera counties. And the County of Madera acknowledges and claims May 1st, 2019 as CASA Awareness Day in recognition of the volunteers making a difference in the community. Now therefore it be proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Madera, State of California does hereby designate May as CASA Awareness and Foster Care Month. Thank you.
So we have one more proclamation, but just looking at the time and knowing about the amount of time it's going to take on 7E and 7F, I think 7G, H, I, and J are going to be after lunch just because we have to get to the law enforcement service at noon. So if anyone is here for G, H, I, and J, we're going to reconvene back here about 1:30. So if you had other things to do, don't let us take up all of your time. All right, 7D.
Presentation of proclamation naming May 2019 as Resource Family Appreciation Month. Whereas Resource families selflessly serve the children and families of Madera County by opening their homes to care for abused and neglected children, and whereas currently 289 children and youth are in out-of-home care in Madera County, and whereas a child's success is best supported in a system that is family-focused, child-centered, and community-based, and whereas resource families provide a meaningful connection to these children and youth and become a trustworthy and lasting presence in their lives. And whereas especially during the month of May, we express our gratitude and respect to the many resource families throughout Madera County who make a meaningful difference in the lives of the children and youth in foster care. Now therefore it be proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Madera, State of California, does hereby proclaim May 2019 as Resource Family Appreciation Month in Madera County.
Good morning, Chairman, Board of Supervisors, and CAO. I really appreciate the time that you're taking out to acknowledge this very important month of resource families. I also really appreciate that you acknowledge CASA Awareness Month because we work very closely with CASA. Our social workers are the ones that principally refer children for an appointment with a CASA advocate. So we work very closely together. I'm really glad that it's growing to the extent that it's growing. I was at their annual CASA appreciation dinner last week, and they also had some very moving stories there. So they do a great job, and we really appreciate them. But here I am acknowledging our resource families. Our children are the most hurt and vulnerable of any of our children. They are the ones with the worst outcomes regardless of the measure, whether it's mental health, education, graduation, addiction. It really doesn't matter. Our children are the most vulnerable, and the people that will work with us and take care of them 24/7 by the title of resource family, there are heroes. And who I have right now with me is our resource family approval unit supervisor, who is Fernando Escalante. Okay, and also Valerie Rutherford, who's been a social worker with our resource families for decades. And this is Valerie. And then, most importantly, I have 3 resource families, and they have been only resource parents for just over a year. Wow. And yet they've had incredible experiences with our children and with our staff, and I'd like them to have a moment to speak to you. And we have with us Jennifer Dutra.
Hello, good morning.
Rosemary Cardozo.
Good morning.
And Corinne Luna.
Good morning.
Okay, and I think I'll start off with Rosemary.
Hi. Yeah, my name's Rosemary Cardoso, and I've had 4 children, and May 8th will be 1 year that I've had most of them. I have 2 brothers and 2 sisters, wow. And I'm just hoping that They have all been through a lot of different types of trauma, but I'm hoping that living with me and that we can make a difference in their lives and the choices that they make in the future.
Hi, my name is Corinne Luna. I have a 16-year-old. She has a lot of trauma she's been dealing with, but she has opened up a lot to me. She touches my heart because she has been through a tremendous amount of stress and stuff in her life, but she's able to open up to me, come to me. And I believe we're going to make a big difference in her life and just being there for her.
You have already.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Dutra, and I'd like to thank you for today and taking the time to appreciate, what we're doing here with the kids. I have been a foster parent for 15 months, and in 15 months, I've seen 11 different children come through my home. 5 I only had just as an emergency, but the others have been long-term placements. And we have, my husband and I have successfully reunified 4 of them, 4 of the children. And 1 went to a great permanent placement, and we still have 1. I believe in working really closely, not only as being an advocate for the child, but you're also an advocate for the bio parents. And I think it's very important for foster parents to also build relationships, not only with those children, but with the parents, to try to be a support, because they are a member of our community. And I believe that's just a very important piece to what we're doing here. And I just want to thank you all again.
Thank you. What about her? She went back down.
She didn't care to step back up.
Come on up.
You want to say hello or thank you? Again? If you just want to smile at the camera, we're good. Because look how sweet she smiles. Yeah. Just say thank you very much. That's all you got to do.
Thank you very much.
Good job. Good job. That is a lot. Valerie, Fernando, anything?
This is a great segue for some of the other proclamations that we've had today with mental health and CASA. As the board can see, there's a lot of support here for our foster children in the community of Madera County. We have over 125 resource family homes we have approved here in the community, which is the most ever. We've drawn a line around Madera County, and we keep our children in Madera County. We no longer take them to Fresno County or Merced. So that's something that is strength-based due to these wonderful families that open up their homes for our children in the community. It means a lot to us and obviously to our board. And we're going to continue to grow that. And our goal, obviously, is always to reunify our children with their parents and our resource parents to open up their homes and be there for our kids is very impactful in assistance or reunification. And just like Jennifer said, our resource parents work closely with the biological parents and try to help them and be a mentor. So it's really good to see the community of Madera be strength-based and keep everything here locally.
What's your name?
My name is Fernando Escalante. I'm the RFA supervisor.
Oh, okay.
Fernando, Benti.
Oh, we have, and not to mention, we have, we continue to make our systems better. That's for the community of Madera. We have a program called Benti, where resource applicants can apply online now. They can go to the www.maderacounty.com website, click on Department of Social Services, and you'll see our resource family approval hyperlink, and you click on that. We also increased our recruiting strategies. We have some cool recruiting pamphlets here for you guys to share with the board, and you guys can share with your peers as well. Okay? Thank you.
And then the only thing else I would do is, again, advocate for everyone to view, when appropriate, the movie Foster. It's not a movie, it's actually a documentary. It's coming on HBO today. You will never be the same. You will not forget the kids that are depicted in it. And it gives you a little insight as to the work our social workers and the Department of Social Services does in our community, because a lot of times because of confidentiality and those things, you really don't see the real life. The documentary is as close as you're going to get. Most people will get to it. So I would really, really recommend watching it.
I put it on my phone so I wouldn't forget.
Nice
When you told us about it
job.
before, I put Foster movie on HBO.
God,
Yeah,
thank you.
You told us that
Thank you
about,
so much,
a while
person.
back, so.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, every society will be judged on how it treats its most vulnerable members. And this is a subject that's very near and dear to my wife. She's adopted. But I don't understand the values of some places, because in Madera County, every child has that right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that's what we want for them. We want them to be wanted and happy and loved. And I'm so consumed with the thought this morning that you are really heroes. You are really heroes to those children, and they need parents and that parent figure that shows them love and attention and shows them that they're wanted and that they can do it and that they can have a great life. And that's so outstanding. It brings me to great emotion. If you can't hear it in my voice, I know you feel what I'm talking about. It is a blessing to have people like you in our community. You represent the best of Madera County values. Thank you.
And I think something that I never really touched me until today, when you said that you're there as a resource for the biological family, because the kids will ultimately be best when there's a good family structure that is there around them. And some people don't know what that is because they were in the same position when they were kids. And to help them to understand and kind of be that mentor and that guiding hand to show what a loving household is. It's not that they don't want to. A lot of them just don't know what it is because they never felt it. So to show that to both sides and to have the end goal be that reunification was a part that I never got before. I think sometimes you think, well, they're out of their parents' house because their parents were bad, and that's not always the case, and that touched me today. And so I thank you for bringing that up as an important part of it, because we can have all these programs, but if we can get them back with their biological family, that's when it will really strengthen the community as a whole.
That's success.
Very well said.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
You know, all you have to do is pick up the paper every day. You can see the headlines there up where adults mistreat little babies over and over and over again. It's sad, very sad. Thank you.
So if you'll read the proclamation as we're going down to take the picture. Oh, sure you did? There's so many to do.
I know.
I can't remember which one there.
So Jennifer,
All right. Item 7E.
Award contract for the North Fork Roundabout at intersection Road 225 and Road 274. Discussion and consideration of entering into an agreement 17-03-PW with American Paving Company in the amount of $1,976,467.76 for the North Fork Roundabout project in Madera County and authorize the chairman to sign. Discussion and consideration of approval to authorize the Public Works Director to issue the notice to proceed. Discussion and consideration of approval to authorize the auditor controller to issue payments for contingencies up to 10% of the contract award amount per established county policy. Discussion and consideration of approval to authorize the Public Works Director to solely issue and approve contract change orders in accordance with the Public Contract Code not to exceed authorized contingencies.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Ahmed Al-Kayat, Public Works Director. In accordance with the Public Contract Code, the Public Works Department advertised for bids for the North Fork Roundabout at the intersection of Road 225 and 274 in North Fork. We received 5 responsive and responsible bids, and they were publicly opened on March 20th, 2019. The lowest responsive and responsible bidder was for American Paving Company with a total bid amount of $1,976,467.76. The public, and here I need to correct one sentence in the board letter, if I may. I apologize for that. I will read it. The Public Works Department wishes to enter into an agreement with American Paving Company to construct a roundabout at the intersection of Road 225 and Road 274 to convert a non-conventional 4-leg, 3-way, stop-controlled intersection to a modern roundabout. And if you can see, I will correct that with the clerk later on for the record, just that sentence. It should replace a traffic signal-controlled intersection, so I apologize. So basically, we are replacing a 4-legged, 3-way stop into a modern roundabout. And I'm here for your questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah, thank you. I was looking at those, the diagrams of the plans and everything, and on sheet 10, I was looking at the grade coming up from the South Fork Creek, from North Fork up to the 274. Is that grade more than it was before, that it is right now?
Page 10, Supervisor?
Yeah.
P10?
Sheet 10.
I have a small... all the grades, Supervisor, I can't really see where exactly you're talking about. All the grades are within the tolerance, and the design, all of them have been revised, if that answers the question.
So that they're, I know when they first did Walker Grade, it was too steep, they had to recut it all and redo it.
Correct. There's a massive earth work for this project to meet certain grades within the tolerance of design.
That's legal. Do you know what that?
Not to the top of my head. I can let you know. I mean, we know that the plans have been revised, approved as such. I mean, they're all within the tolerance of all slopes.
And the other thing is, I see George is here from the Sierra News Online. I got a letter, an email from Paul Irwin, the executive director of the Mono tribe up there.
Yes.
The housing director of the Norfolk Rancherie, I guess how they call it. And the way I was quoted is not what I really meant. I mean, I don't know exactly what I said, because when you're talking on the phone, it's hard to say, but
sure.
I said that the tribe can pay for it if they want it. I mean, that's true, but we don't, when we do these projects, we don't do all the pretty things that, keep the costs down. And they, when we talked to them, which we did, and had meetings with the tribe to, because it would be really nice if we could put some of the nice stuff on the decorations of it in the center, but, and if they could come up with some kind of a fundraising deal or whatever to help pay for that, then we could do that. But right now, they're not included, right?
You're correct, Supervisor. I mean, the whole idea of the center treatment, let's say, whether it's, do some artwork there, just to make it beautiful for the community. We thought it would be relevant if we invite the local
Absolutely.
tribe and have some ideas thrown about. And we did bid those actually as an alternate bid, see how it would cost and how much, and then whether we could entertain doing that or not. But the tribe was very helpful in picking up a design.
Yeah.
Just want to let you know, it wasn't initiated by them. It was just an idea to beautify
Right,
the
I agree. I
community.
mean, we talked about it, but I just
Correct.
want to make sure that they know. I mean,
Sure.
Trina's here. I was hoping Paul was here, but he's not. But I just wanted publicly, tell him that I wasn't trying to be derogatory or nothing else, because I think it'd be really great if we could do that. So
It would
I
be,
love
and,
our history we have up there, so.
It would be, and we can accept any funds. Maybe there's a grant that either
Yeah.
entity could go after, but definitely.
And can it be added on later?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, we can always do it later on.
And the money from the grant was, whatever amount it was, 1.4 or something. The money that's coming from the extra amount to do this is coming out of the major T dollars. That's for special funds for new construction like this?
Correct, Supervisor. About 1.4 comes from the grant,
All right.
CMAC grant, and about a little over 700 from Measure T.
And there's been a lot of, back and forth on Facebook and stuff, which I don't get involved with. I just read them all. And so I just want the public to really know that these dollars cannot be used anyplace else in Madera County on any kind of roads or anything else. It goes back to the grantee.
You're absolutely correct. This is for congestion and mitigation money, so for reducing emissions and keeping, basically it's for the environment. If we do not spend it on this project, it cannot be spent on any other type of transportation project, and we will lose the fund to the next.
It goes back to the
Correct.
grantor.
We would
So
lose you.
the other thing, as an engineer, and over many years of working in Madera County, and Johannes before you, when you guys started working on this intersection, and which I have brought to your attention many times, the 12-plus years I've been on the board, we put those flashing lights and what have you. We've talked about rumble strips and all that, which we can't do because of the snow and stuff. In your engineering mind, this was the best thing that you guys could come up with for this intersection?
Yes, for the opportunity that we have and the funding that we have, even absent the funding, a roundabout is always the better solution for safety and traffic movement.
Are they safer
in
than
place
a
of a singleized or a four-stop intersection?
Are they safer than a regular four-way stop?
Absolutely. There has been studying by the Federal Highways and other reputable engineering and transportation officials. They are the way to go as far as safety. Not only it reduces the amount of accidents, it also reduces the severity of an accident if it is to happen. Plus, you just keep going. You don't have to stop, so it's better for, you don't stop and push on the gas to go. So
Yeah.
that's the purpose of us being able to tag into that funding.
Right. And also, some of the question was about snow. Is that a problem?
No, I mean, the snow, of course, snow is a problem, whether it's a roundabout or otherwise. It will be plowed, and I don't see how it would be any different. But regardless, your intention is to go on a angle into that intersection rather than straight on, whether you're sliding or stopping or
Yeah.
just texting or, unfortunately, yeah.
I know when we had that public hearing up in North Fork that just came down from Northern California, and whatever the road, I should have it's a highway, a road, whatever, up by Truckee, there were 3 straight roundabouts there. And when they brought up the snow, up in Truckee, they get 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 feet of snow. And I guess they don't have no problem with them because they wouldn't have them there if they were a problem. So I think that's all the questions I have right now.
Ahmad, I had a question. So you answered some of it on that last one in terms of, we have the money, but is it the right thing to do? And I think you answered it with the safety aspect of it. I know a lot of people in the Central Valley, when you think of Roundabout, you think of River Park, and this is designed differently, right? This would be...
That's not a roundabout.
Yeah, that's just a traffic circle, I know, but that's the image that people get.
Correct.
So as people are coming down the hill from either side, is this designed to accept the speed that people would be at to safely and properly make the turns that they need to?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. I mean, for comparison's sake, this is not a traffic circle. This is not even a rotary. This is a modern roundabout where entering and exiting the roundabout is basically, once you're in it once, then you would know what to do. It will flawlessly direct you to the direction or the lane or the turn that you need to take. So it eliminates chaos. Also, yes, I mean, this is the way to go for traffic movement and safety, mostly. So, yeah.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yeah, just a question on yielding. Is yielding adequately understood in these roundabouts? And is it obvious? Is it marked? What is the deal?
Yes, Supervisor, good question. You've probably went through a roundabout, so I know that you're just wanting to inform the public.
Right.
Yes, I mean, everything's properly signed and marked, and, you yield to traffic to the left, and everything will be clear.
Are there any other questions from the board?
Ahmad, do you have to carve into the side of the hill to make it as large as it has to be?
Yes, Supervisor. Before we come here where we are going to award this project, there's a process that we go to with every funding that we do with Caltrans. So we already got the authorization to proceed with environmental work, and then authorization to proceed with right-of-way, where we purchase some right-of-way. And then we get the authorization for preliminary engineering and design. And after that is completed, now we receive the authorization to proceed with construction, and that's when we bid the project. So when we bid it, all these prerequisites have been fulfilled and approved by all agencies.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yeah, I thought I heard you answer this, but I wasn't real clear on it. The money used to do this can't be used for anything else other than these kind of purposes, including the Measure T. The Measure T is also in that line as well. It's a special pot of money from Measure T that does this.
Correct, Supervisor. So if, for any reason this project does not go through, those funds will be reallocated or reprogrammed back into, but definitely, and we may, because it's a regional, CMAQ is a regional money, so we, as an agency, Madera County, will lose that fund.
And to your knowledge, are there any other public safety projects in Madera County that's been brought to your attention that would utilize these funds besides this project that is as significant as this?
So I'm sure there's some projects on the pipeline, but nothing comes to mind. But the type of project we're looking at is roundabouts, sidewalks, bike lanes, anything that would basically reduce emission. Paving shoulders, for example, dirt shoulders, anything that would reduce emissions, yeah. But again, it has to go through all this programming aspects.
It
with
has to fill
NCTC,
the bill. It has to fit the bill.
Correct, absolutely.
So it's very specific planning. that occurs here, and you go through a lengthy process. And this is the only project shovel-ready at this point in that regard.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. If there is no further questions, I will now open, did you have any more?
No.
I will open it up to the public comment portion. Is there any members of the public wishing to make comment?
Thank you very much. My name is Ken Goodwin. I've lived in North Fork all of my life, and I travel that intersection just about every day of my life now. I'm amazed how long it took for us to get to this point. I'm amazed that it even got to this point. I am here in opposition of the roundabout, along with the majority of the people from North Fork. I wish I had been able to discuss this more on a more open basis rather than in front of you here today, but I do appreciate this time and hope that we can have a discussion with it, questions and answers, and whatever else it takes. The big question for the people in North Fork is, why does a roundabout have to be put at this intersection? The presentation was very good, but I didn't hear any specific reasons why. I think one reason that I heard was emissions, okay, and some safety. And if we want to get into this safety, I hope that is part of our discussion here today too. I would like to quote a comment by a former U.S. congressman who happens to live in North Fork. He came into my lumber yard one day, and we were walking down to load up his truck, and I commented to him that there had been a proposed roundabout at that intersection. And I quote, "What? That is the most idiotic thing I have ever heard." And with that comment, that is the sentiment of just about everybody in the town of North Fork and possibly Eastern Madera County. That's why I say I can't understand why this has gotten this far. When this thing first came about, it was commented that there was going to be a study taken on the intersection to look into this project. I have never seen that study, nor do I know anybody that has it. So I may ask the question to you. Do you supervisors or the road department have a study that you can show the people of North Fork that this is a viable and very, very, very important project? Have any of you, am I allowed to ask questions and you respond now, or do I have to finish?
So we're past the 2-minute mark for your comments.
That's all I get today is 2 minutes?
I've allowed it to go further.
Thank you.
We thought that there was going to be a lot more. I see that there's 2, I believe. If there's any more, we will extend that time.
Well, if you have no study to show us that.
Speak as long as they want it, or you-
Yeah, that's
That's what he was saying.
Yeah.
That's what he was saying. Maybe we could have our staff answer that question. I don't know the answer.
Let's get a list of questions,
Yeah.
and then we'll have.
Okay,
So I
fine.
have here, was there a study? We'll try and.
Fine. Well, I have my own study here, and this is the only study that I think that you may be presented today. And that is in the grant that was written to get the money, the $1.4 million, to help construct this project. Okay, in it says, just briefly, it says that 3,162 cars go through that intersection a day. And I'm assuming that the initials ADT mean average daily traffic. So this grant was written with the proposal that 3,162 cars go through that intersection a day. I asked you to think about that number and think about that intersection in the little town of North Fork. 3,000 cars a day through that intersection. I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I don't believe that, nor do a lot of other people in the town of North Fork. It says at peak periods, and I ask, what is a peak period in the little town of North Fork? That there are delays and congestion at that intersection. I believe that is a study, and I believe that's all you're going to hear that they came up with to ask for this money to build this roundabout. If you don't mind, and thank you, Mr. Rodriguez, for allowing us to get our say finally. Wrong envelope. I'd like to conduct a little study of my own, very brief. If you don't mind, may I pass these?
If you can hand them to the clerk and then she'll pass them to us.
I believe the money was requested because of an emissions problem. Now, if I'm incorrect on that, please correct me. I drew up some things. I'm not a very good artist, but I think you'll get the gist of it, to show you the flow of traffic at this intersection. Maybe I should wait.
Well, if you can keep going. We'll...
The words congestion and delay were written in the grant. Supervisor Rodriguez, I understand that you worked in North Fork for how many years? 24. 24 years. And you traveled that intersection every day going to and from work, correct? Was there ever any time that you were late for work or possibly late for dinner because of the congestion and delays at this intersection? The wording in their grant is unbelievable. For those of you, or especially you guys, and anybody in the audience that know this intersection, this is just crazy. Just crazy. And we were, you know, this has been going on for over 2 years. And I pursued this because I just thought there's just something crazy about this. And as I mentioned, the people of North Fork were never, ever given any concrete reasons for a roundabout to be built at that intersection. Here again, I say, what is a peak time at North Fork? And that is a question, and if anybody has a answer for that, as you stated, Mr. Chairman, that you know, the questions could be answered later on. If you've received those things, take a look at that. That is the flow of the traffic at the roundabout, or the intersection there at 225 and 274. The red lines are cars that have to come up to that intersection and stop. The green lines are those that don't have to stop. So if you look at that, there's a good possibility that over 50% of the cars that travel through that intersection are not stopping at all. Now, according to the emission standards and a so-called four-way stop, that isn't correct. People don't have to, every car that comes up to that intersection does not stop. And through my research on this and talking with people at the Transportation Commission, this grant was solely written to receive the money because of an emissions problem. And that problem is that when you pull up to a boulevard stop, you're supposed to stop, and because of that, you're so-called creating more emissions. Rightfully so, admitted. But at this intersection, if you look at it, it's already 3/4 of a roundabout. You have 3 ways, 3 directions that have yield signs, okay? And if somebody's turning into that lane, then yes, you have to yield and possibly stop. So yes, emissions are being emitted. But overall, I think if you stood out there and actually watched the traffic, you would see that probably 60% of the traffic doesn't even stop or have to stop. So fewer emissions. Okay, the 3,000 cars that were said to go through that intersection a day is very unlikely. Okay, so let's just say half of those went through that a day, and that's an average. That means more than 3,000 cars go through there at some certain times maybe, and less. Okay, this is their average. But another word they used in that is we assumed that much traffic went through there. So the people in North Fork are just appalled that this has even gotten this far. And the main thing is why? There is no emissions problem there. You know, there is no congestion and there are no delays. You commented, I heard about the possibility of losing this money. If that were the case, I see no problem with that. My point of view on that is that it was never the county's money anyway. That money is not coming out of any budgetary funds, I don't believe anyway, correct me if I'm wrong, any budgetary funds that have been budgeted for, you know, certain projects. So in order to lose it, you haven't lost anything at all. The 1.4 million surely cannot be used, you know, in any other project but this, because that's what the grant was written for. But I don't see why that is a major problem. That money isn't going to be burnt. There are more grants to be written. And I think by showing up here early today, I may have found a place for you to put a possible roundabout and to alleviate much more serious problems than that at that intersection in North Fork. And that was on Avenue 12. Those people are very concerned about what's going on out there. And it sounds as if it is a major problem. So there you go. Write another grant, get more money, put your roundabout on Avenue 12 somewhere. Now, as far as the funding goes for this project, at one of Mr. Wheeler's town hall meetings, they told us all about the funding of this. 1.4 million was granted through federal monies. The other $400,000 was going to come out of Measure T. Okay, I understand. So that adds up to 1.8 million for your budget for this roundabout. It is my understanding that 300,000, or let's say 350,000, has already been spent on engineering and whatever else the paperwork takes to get this process going. So as I see it, you have just about the only funds available are the 1.4 million that was issued in the grant of federal monies. Your lowest bid is 1.97. So that means, if my math is correct, that you're going to have to come up with another $500,000 to fund this project. It's already been stated that that money is going to come out of Measure T funds. It is our belief in North Fork that that $500,000 should be spent on more serious situations other than that intersection, possibly on Avenue 12. We were told about one death there today. There have been no fatalities at this intersection in North Fork. There have been a number of accidents, and if we want to talk about that, I think we possibly should, if you have any questions. So the extra funding in our minds in North Fork is ridiculous to proceed with this project. I think that you should vote this down and spend that extra money at some place that it's better needed, and allow the 1.47 go back into the federal funds and find a better place or a more necessary place for those funds to be spent. There's one more individual from North Fork who would like to speak, so I know we have some questions. If it's proper to do that now and ask me,
Question
fine.
for him before he leaves, if that's okay.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I've got one question for you before you leave. What is your number one complaint about this roundabout? You said why, and I'm asking you why not?
It just seems, the number one complaint is, for me anyway, you're asking me, or?
Yes.
The number one complaint is that it isn't necessary, okay? And that may not be a complaint, but it is totally unnecessary to spend $2 million on this project, especially the way you received the funds to get it.
So it's the spending that bothers you, not the
And that,
project
yes, it
itself?
is. And through my 2 years of research and dealing with this thing, you can't believe the number of comments I've gotten, okay? The sentiment is what Mr. Lehman said, okay? It's idiotic, it doesn't need to be built. But throughout even the county, even with elected higher officials in this county, the comments that I receive are they could find a better place to spend their $2 million. And basically, you know, that may be our complaint. All right? But I don't see where a roundabout at this intersection is going to be any more beneficial than what we have now. You commented about the snow, you know, situation. Well, along with that snow is ice. And I can tell you that I have pulled up to that intersection on a very icy morning after a snowstorm where they plowed the roads, and I have actually slid completely through that. Now, I can imagine myself going around that roundabout at a very icy situation. Supervisor Wheeler mentioned that they get 7 feet of snow in Tahoe and stuff like this. You know, I'm not up here saying that I am against roundabouts, because I am not. I am against a roundabout at this intersection because it is ridiculous, and you can prevent any safety problems that have occurred there in the past 15 years to the lack of signage and information. By information, I mean informing the unaware motorist that there is a stop ahead. Mr. Wheeler asked about the grade. I can't, if you sit there, and I asked you gentlemen to come up and view the intersection with me, but if you stand there and you look at this intersection, there's a definite severe slope to it. It's anywhere from a 5 to 7 degree slope. The accidents have occurred because people are not aware or made aware enough that there is a stop sign ahead. Supervisor Wheeler was able to, a number of years ago, get a blinking light put up, which supposedly was supposed to help. is too far away from the intersection if it were to help. What needs to be done, and it would be a whole lot cheaper than $2 million, from that light, and I'm assuming you gentlemen understand what I'm talking about, coming up over that hill. From that light, you go up 100 feet, you put a sign that says, "Stop ahead, 100 yards." I mean a big sign. You are not going to put up a sign that is going to obscure anybody's view. There's a 40-foot embankment there that is not going to obstruct anybody. You go up another 100 feet and you put another big sign that says, "Slow down now." And then at the most important thing that needs to be done, and I brought this up at the second public meeting that the road department had in North Fork, and that is, and you've seen them here, in fact, I saw them first probably in the city of Madera or around, or even in Fresno, and that is to put the series of little red blinking lights around that boulevard stop. The unaware motorist has 160 feet after cresting that hill to see that boulevard stop. If the little red blinking lights were put on there, that would be something, if they had ignored the signs before, that would be something that would bring them totally aware of a stop there. If you drive through that intersection now, you can imagine that people who are unaware, they come up, they see a stop in 160 feet, they start braking quite severely. You drive through that intersection now, especially on that side of the road, approaching that stop, it is so washboardy because of the braking that even if you're slowing down, you notice that it's difficult to stop. So that's the safety. In my opinion, the accidents have occurred there because the lack of interest to make that intersection the way it is now more safe. And I say the lack of interest, and that is from, I don't know who's in charge of the safety of these intersections, but it is a lack of interest to make that intersection more safe by not informing the uninformed motorist that there is a stop ahead.
You know, you insisted that there was no problem and that the project didn't need to be done, but you've listed half a dozen problems in your statement here. I'm a little confused.
The problem, my point is, the problems or the accidents that have occurred there could have all been eliminated if the uninformed motorist knew that there was a stop sign ahead. Now, every accident, I don't know, I brought this up before, trying to communicate with anybody and everybody, the road department and everything. Every accident that has occurred there has occurred because of a motorist who is uninformed. They're from out of town. There have been no accidents there that have been recorded, and I asked for copies of the accident report. Since 2005, I believe there were 11 accidents at that intersection. Okay? There were no fatalities. There were people who were coming up over that. Everyone was caused because they did not stop at that stop sign. And they don't stop there deliberately. I mean, they don't just run it. They just don't know that it's there. And because of that fact, then they have hit some other car who was not aware enough that they weren't going to stop and pulled out in front or something like that. Yes, it is a safety issue. But what I'm saying is, with the proper signage, you know, before that direction that all the accidents have occurred in, there would never possibly ever be another accident there.
So you have a difference with the way they're remedying it versus
Exactly.
another way.
Exactly.
Can you answer?
So we're going to go to, move on to the next speaker at this point, and then we're going to take all those questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We know you have a very important meeting or whatever to get to at noon.
Well, I think we're already going to miss that, so we may work through lunch.
Thank you. My name is Don Grove. I've been living in North Fork for about 15 years. And I agree with what Ken was saying in that we need to do something about that. It's a strange situation to have a three-way stop with, as he said, a four-legged intersection. I think there are a lot of much less costly ways of dealing with that would be not only as good but better. I'm going to answer your question about why. You asked why
Well,
not.
I said, why not?
You asked why not,
Yeah.
and I'm going to answer some of those questions for you. When I first found out that you were going to vote on this, it was when I saw it in Sierra News Online. And by the way, the Sierra News Online quoted that is going to be a 10 to 12% grade coming out of there. That's a lot. The grade on Walker's grade is 8%. And if you've gone up to North Fork and driven in that, if you've been up Walker grade, you know that that's not a slight grade. It's considerable. But when I found out that you were going to have this vote, I did some research, and I hope that all of you have seen the email that I sent to your clerk to give to you, and that you've actually read it, because it's this is the cover of it, and you should have seen that. It's called Best Practices for Roundabouts on State Highways, and it includes roads other than, state highways. These are excerpts that I pulled from this report that came from the state of Indiana and their Department of Transportation. They started looking at roundabouts because they thought that they might be able to improve their roadways using roundabouts. And by the way, it was a joint venture between them and the Purdue University. And both of those like roundabouts, okay? So this isn't saying roundabouts are bad. What it's saying is there are conditions that are very conducive for a good roundabout. There are also conditions that are unfavorable for a roundabout. And what they did is a lot of research, and I'm not going to read the whole thing to you. You should have read it. I hope you have.
I got it.
Good. Then you know that what they say in there, and this, by the way, is an excerpt, but I did have the entire report, how you can get to it online. So then I hope you might have done that to make sure that I didn't take it out of context or whatever, okay? Because I didn't. One of the things that caused this study to occur was that as the engineers at Indiana Department of Transportation, one of the problems they had was roundabouts just sounded too perfect. They sounded so good, it's hard to believe they're true. And in fact, usually that is the case. They decided that since they weren't able to find any adverse information about putting in roundabouts, they decided to do their own study. And that's how the study became. And from the study, they made a table showing all the things that are advantageous for a roundabout. They also put in the things that are not so advantageous. And without, again, I'm not going to try to read the whole report. If somebody in the audience wants this, they can have one. I have a couple of copies.
What were the disadvantages of that would apply to this
Disadvantages
one?
of the roundabout.
That would apply to this one?
Yes. Well, see, they give you different conditions, and some will apply to this and some won't.
If you could read those.
That's what I'm going to do. Okay. In terms of safety, about safety and accidents, their report said that although a roundabout will have more accidents than a four-way intersection, that's mitigated by the safety of the accidents being of lesser
Intensity.
Okay, and fewer lives lost, but how do we lose fewer lives? We haven't lost it, according to what the reports I've gotten, at this intersection, at least not for a very long time. They're saying under safety, favorable conditions are that there's a history of safety problems on problematic roadway alignment, and it cannot be realigned. Also, if there's a transition between two different speed limits, that's a good way to transition into it, is a roundabout. Unfavorable conditions, high pedestrian or bicycle traffic is unfavorable. We have a school right there. Every time I've driven down that street, and I drive down there often, I have a son in that area, so I drive over there. And almost every time I've driven on it, there are pedestrians walking along that street. Another is an intersection that skews will produce poor results. And what I take that to mean is if we don't have enough room to actually build a full 2-lane circle, then it's not going to be effective. A roundabout needs to have an inner circle and an outer circle. The inner circle is always going around, and then you have to merge out of that to get into the outer circle so that you can turn off of it. And you also, that's the lane you pull into when you arrive at the circle. And then you merge out of that into the inner circle to go on around. If we don't have room for that, they don't work very well. The other favorable conditions under functionality are low truck traffic. And there are several other things there that are favorable. Most of them don't really apply to this particular intersection. But their unfavorable conditions are high truck traffic. Even though the mill is shut down, we still get a good deal of truck traffic on that intersection. Steep grade or difficult terrain is one of their unfavorable conditions. We have that. And while we're talking about that, my dad was a truck driver. I know what truck drivers do. If they see that they're coming up towards a hill, they're going to get up to their maximum speed limit, and then they're going to use the momentum to go on up that hill. And that's what you see the trucks do now. If you slow that truck down, if they will slow down to 20 miles an hour to go through it, you're going to have them coming out of that intersection at the bottom of that grade. And they're going to be downshifting, and they're going to put their foot to the pedal all the way down. That's going to create more pollution than this intersection would ever possibly save. So that to me is just really crazy. I'm one of those North Fork crazy people. It says that you need to have adequate geometry for circulating the roadway, and if those approaches can't be supplied, yep, it's unfavorable. Another one is that if the roads have uneven amounts of traffic, there's more traffic on this road than there is on this road, that's unfavorable. And that is the case in this particular intersection. So I hope I answered some of your questions. There are more, but I don't want to take that much more of your time, really. I do have one question, though, that I'd like to ask. These Measure T funds, if you were to choose not to do this and I hope you choose not to, at least not right now. I hope you do some more study on it and research. But if you choose to do something else, such as what Ken said about the signage, blinking lights around the stop sign, those kind of things, could those not be done with Measure T money? They could, I'm sure. That's a project, yes. So the fact that we're going to lose this money, well, let somebody else that needs a roundabout have it. We don't need it there. Do you have any questions?
Any questions?
No.
All right.
Please don't vote for this thing. Thank you.
All right, is there any other members of the public wishing to make comment at this time? Seeing none, I'm going to call close to the public comment portion of this item, and we'll bring it back to answer some of the questions. I have written down here, was there a study? And then they produced a study from the grant. Is that the only study, or was that study sufficient?
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen. There is no formal intersection control evaluation within the CMAQ guidelines. We followed the CMAQ guidelines, and also we had a 30% opinion.
The public comment portion is done. If there's any questions,
You have no questions?
we'll call you back up.
Okay, thank you.
So our consultant, Peters Engineering, did, at the 30% design criteria, did an opinion that basically followed the CMAQ guidelines, that this is a proper location for a roundabout, considering safety. I mean, the main reason for these funds is not only emissions and all that. That's what triggers the utilization of these funds. But you put a roundabout anywhere, it is a whole lot safer. I mean, 83% safer than any intersection at any location.
Were the grades of coming in and out, were those taken into account?
Correct. The grades, we have a 10%, I think, to the east and 12% coming from the west. They are all taken into consideration into the design. And like I said, everything was approved within all design criteria.
So the grade will decrease as it approaches the roundabout?
Yeah, it will be mitigated a little bit, but it's going to be better than what it is right now, definitely. The other thing is, I'm sorry, sir.
No, keep going.
The other thing is, there is a flashing beacon there, and people still don't stop. So if people are not going to stop for one reason or another, whether it's awareness or distraction or just breaking the law, it is a better scenario or a better outcome, unfortunately, less unfortunate outcome, I don't know what's the proper term to use,
right,
to have that accident in a roundabout where everybody's going slower than an intersection and with an angled, not a proper T-bone, for a lack of a better term.
Then the number of the 3,162 cars on average, did it break out the truck traffic of that, or they were just taken into account for that?
It's taken into account all traffic at peak times. I mean, this application was done some time back, but everything was done properly. And I mean, I can't speak that I was there standing counting cars.
There was an actual traffic count then?
Yes.
And so someone was there with a clicker?
I believe so, yes, sir. I can.
And when you say 3,162 cars, because if you look at the population of North Fork, it's hard to get to that. But there's, so this isn't just you see one car and that's counted for the day, right? It's if it's coming back after or any trips, so anytime. So essentially you could have one car that travels over this 4 or 5 times
Correct.
a day.
They're trips, yes, sir.
And then would the peak time, that was the next question, Would that be like during the summer months? Would that be during, when there's
School starting or something.
more people?
Trips to Yosemite or?
I mean, I'm not very vetted on the, when are the, I apologize, I mean, I did not read the traffic counts and that study before I came here in front of you today to award this project, but usual peak time would be, I mean, you have a school there, you also, you have tourism there as well. I'm not sure when is that, whether it's before 8 a.m., after 5 p.m., during school drop-offs and pick-up, so.
Adequate,
seasonal.
is there adequate geometry, was one of the last questions, for the roundabout to operate?
Yes, there is.
Trying to pull these from my notes. I think I got.
I wrote a few too.
Where does, so if the total that we have all in is about 1.8 million between Measure T and grant funds, where does the other roughly 400,000 to 500,000 come from?
These are not accurate figures, Mr. Chairman. We have all the money with CMAQ and Measure T, the environmental, the name, the pocket escapes me. It's for environmental mitigation, CMAQ pocket of money. With these both, we have the almost $2 million covered.
And obviously Avenue 12 is of very high importance to me, looking at something like that. Could we take these funds and put them onto Avenue 12?
And we can program, so we can do, we can study Avenue 12. If anything, if a roundabout is a solution, which most probably it isn't at any intersection, we can utilize CMAQ funds.
But can we take,
these,
not the
can we
grant
take this
route.
1.4 million and move it over there, earmark it over there right now?
Supervisor Wheeler knows how many years it took to commit this money for this project. So the answer is we can utilize CMAQ, future CMAQ money, but not this money. This will go to the next agency, either City of
It's
Chelsea or
not
City of Madera.
transferable, in other words.
Correct. Either go to
Yeah.
any of the cities.
And I think even the opponents of it pointed out that if it goes away, that it goes away. And if you don't use it, it goes away.
I mean, yeah, I
Don't
mean.
go away, it just goes to another entity.
Did you
Yeah,
have,
it goes to somebody
did you
else.
have other questions that I missed
Just-
to answer?
I mean, just a few comments and with, I mean, I'm here just bringing in front of you this project that will enhance safety at that intersection. We have an opportunity, everything's aligned with funds and, design, and we can do this roundabout and probably save potential lives. The arguments, I mean, I respect everybody's opinion. I mean, we are not doing this personally. We're just here to increase and enhance public safety. Now, if, I know there are studies that are done elsewhere that maybe for them it is not a proper mitigation measure. But, I mean, we're looking at any statistics within federal highways, reputable universities. I mean, we are decreasing accidents in rural areas by about 62%. So the fact, the statement that's saying you're going to have more accidents in a roundabout, that's, in my opinion, inaccurate. And we also reduce the severity of the accidents by 83%. And, and all these opinions, I mean, if the gentlemen maybe have a proper traffic study, maybe they have, maybe it would be considered, but any traffic engineer would agree that a roundabout is a great safety measure that could mitigate any problem at any intersection. Driver awareness, driving recklessly, breaking the law, these will happen no matter what.
Yeah.
Right? We have flashing beacons, we have signs. We could put more signs, but again, you cannot really guarantee people will obey the law.
Right.
The accidents that most of them also, there's a few of them under the influence. I mean, any of these scenarios that we can't control, a roundabout will be a safer way than an intersection, signalized or stop sign or otherwise. And, that's basically
All right.
what we're here for.
Are there any other questions? If you want to ring in.
This thing won't work. So.
Yeah, mine won't.
David, and then he'd been asking for a while.
Yeah, I had a question. It was brought up. What is considered high truck traffic? I mean, what is the volume that would have to occur to be considered high truck traffic?
Good question. I don't have an answer for you right now, but I would assume, I can't give you a
I'm not
number
going to hold
right
you
now.
to it.
Yeah, a high truck traffic is, more truck traffic than usual. I don't know how to answer that question.
Yeah,
Would you?
say 1 out of every 4 cars?
Oh, of course.
Or 1 out of every 5?
Maybe 1 out of every 20 is high truck traffic.
Would you say that that area receives that volume of truck traffic, 1 out of 20?
Probably not.
You guys are the
1 out of 50 maybe.
Mr.
1 out of
Wheeler,
50?
yeah. 1 out of 50.
So maybe half of that or less.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's interesting.
But it depends if that sawmill gets going, that the guy bought that land there at the old sawmill site to put in a sawmill. He's already bought the sawmill, it's sitting there. And then when they do get the biomass plant going, that'll increase more. And there's a lumber company there now, Crossroads, so.
Yeah. I know that this has been kind of a heated subject. It's been batted around on Facebook. It's been, people have opinions. Looking at what you've given us, you're an engineer. You studied this. Your opinion is very valuable to me as a county supervisor. I sit and I listen to you, and I think you're competent, Ahmad, a very competent engineer. In your opinion, does this roundabout, is it a better option? Does it change the safety circumstances on that road compared to what is there now, or what would be there if you put up more signs?
Yes, in my opinion, a roundabout is a safer solution.
Well, then that answers my questions. And for all the thoughts about, the opponents said that dollars spent was the number one reason. Well, that kind of evaporates where public safety is concerned, and if it's safer, I think that answers the question. And I thought he made a really good point about Avenue 12, but those monies can't be transferred to Avenue 12, so it's kind of a moot issue, isn't it, in that regard? Anyway, just my thoughts.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah, thank you. These guys are both my friends, so I don't want to get in an argument with them, but the last wreck that I really knew anything about, the major one, was about 2 years ago, right after we talked about the roundabout there. I posted it on Facebook because I drove into town to look at it. There was a lady from Cascadel that brought sighted a Suburban coming out of the school. It had about 3 or 4 kids in it, and she was from North Fork too. And so they're not all from out of towners. This was local ones. And the other thing I just want to make everybody aware of is that since we rebuilt 200, about 6, 8, 10 years ago, whenever it's all done, hopefully get that bridge done one of these days. I don't know what the percentage is, but every time I talk to anybody at Bass Lake, almost all those homeowners now come up through 200. It saves them, 20 to 30 minutes to go to the Bass Lake. They come up that way. And on his diagram, Kenny's diagram makes it real clear too. Just coming up 225 and turning to 274, that green line, that's where they all go. And it's really increased the traffic since we rebuilt 200, just from those residents. And I know some of them, when I have my town halls up there, they talk about that. They thank us a lot for finally fixing 200, and that they, even the ones that do the rentals, if they need supplies, they tell them to come up through North Fork, which helps us on our tourism too. So I just wanted to make that point that that's there.
Any other questions or comments? So, you know, I've looked at this and I've gone, this is actually my favorite way to go up to Bass Lake. This is how I think it's the prettiest, most scenic route. It makes me feel like I'm even more a local when I'm going back up there instead of just taking 41 up. And every time I get to this, it just seems like it's an accident waiting to happen, in my opinion. And then when you're coming out of it, you're basically entering into a roundabout as it sits. I mean, like Mr. Goodwin said, we have a 60%, it's more like 75% of a roundabout. And to be honest, this helped me really make my my mind up, because you look at right here, and if someone's coming this way, and you have an unprotected turn right here, and if they can't stop, they're just going to hit this. If it's icy, if it's snowy, talk about making, if you can't stop there, and someone's just in there, and there's no way to get through it, more protected with, like you would with a roundabout, you're going to have the opportunity for a much worse collision. Same right here. And when we're talking about trucks that are coming at such a high rate of speed, and they're just going to coast through the bottom of it, and if I'm driving across right here and there was nothing to protect me, like a roundabout, and that truck is barreling right in, and if this nose is just out just a little bit, it's going to take it right off. Yeah. And this to me just shows it's a very poor design as it sits. It's already 3/4 of a roundabout, so I don't even think that anyone is going to have to really learn how to use this roundabout. And I think it's one of those things that it's the way it's always been, and we want to keep it that way, and I get that. I understand that. But when it comes to safety, I think it's imperative that we make the hard decisions up here when there is a lot of consternation from the locals, and I take that very, very strongly. Your willingness to be here, Ken, we've talked about it before at different places, but I think that this would, if we could reduce it by 62%, right? So that takes 11 since 2005 and brings it down to 4. Thank God nobody died in those 11, but it could have been very, very easily done. So if we can reduce that by 62%, and then on top of that, have a less likelihood of anybody dying, that's what we're here to do, is to make those decisions in the best interest of everybody, whether every accident is from someone out of town. I don't care if they live out of town. I don't want them to die. I don't want them to have an opportunity to get into an accident because they didn't know, regardless of where we put that sign. I want to make sure that as they're passing through Madera County, that they are doing so as safely as possible. And so with that, if there's any
I wanted to
other
point out one
questions?
other thing and that was very well said. That's exactly what I was thinking as we looked at the picture. But I wanted to point out that in speaking with Ahmad in the past concerning signage, he is very consistent today with everything he's always told me, and that is that people are going to do what they've made a habit of doing, whether there's a sign there or not. They're going to go at high rates of speed. They're going to run stop signs. They're going to break the law. They're going to absent-mindedly miss stuff, because that's why they call it an accident, because people often don't intend to do these things and then do them anyway, and without it. I've done it. Yeah. The other day out here, I ran a red light, not even thinking. And I said, "You dope. What'd you do that for?" After I already went through it. But, you know, we're human.
Yeah.
And I also wanted to say that I do appreciate the engagement of the citizens in this. I do respect Mr. Goodwin for his activity in this. He called me, we talked at length, and I do appreciate the engagement, and it makes for a better process. Otherwise, we would just do things, you know, without that engagement. And I do appreciate all the phone calls and the engagement. It's important to stay engaged in your community. But I would also like to say that your supervisor, I believe, he's worked very long and hard on this simply because I think he sees a problem that he'd like to fix. And you say why, and he said, why not? Because there's a safety issue there. I think that's money takes a back seat to lives every time, and we will address Avenue 12. We will take care of Avenue 12. That's another one that we'll address. But this one's on the table right now.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
You know what bothers me, I've got about 5-7 pages of people that don't support this project for their own reasons. Whenever I go to Bass Lake, I take Road 200 because I feel it's safer. It's way safer than 41. It bothers me because we're going to get all these people that don't want it. They live there. And they know what that intersection can do, cannot do. But Ken, you know, this is progress. This is progress. I think we have to, as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to vote for this project. You know, I thought about it, and I was going both ways, but I'm going to go for it. I will.
Mr. Chairman, can I say something just a couple, 2 minutes?
Yeah, if
There's a lot of things that.
keep it to 2 minutes, and then this will be the last rebuttal.
Yes, thank you. It was said that, you know, our opinions, my opinions are not in what I said today. My opinions weren't involved there. I was quoting from the study from Purdue and the Indiana Department of,
Yeah, we're aware of that.
Yeah, okay.
We're aware of that.
And what I'm saying is that I was put down by this gentleman because I'm not an engineer. I was quoting engineers. Thank you. Would you please consider that?
I don't think we're putting you down by making that statement.
Thank you.
May I?
All right. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I just have a correction about the funds. If we don't use them, I just got confirmation that they will no longer go to any other agency. They will be rescinded completely by the feds. So either use them or they will not be utilized at any other project. And with utmost sincerity, I did not intend or mean to put down anybody in the audience. Rather, I'm greatly thankful for them being here. So.
All right. If there's no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion. Yeah. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk?
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez? Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
So I'm going to ask my fellow supervisors, we already missed the law enforcement. Would you like to move on right now?
I just got to go to the bathroom. I
Okay,
don't mind
we'll
going
take-
on.
We'll take a small.
We can go, we can work through lunch. I
Yeah,
don't
we'll
mind.
take a 2-minute, 3-minute break.
That's what it is. I'm bummed about that.
We're going to get started again. Jordan, I'll give you a comment after. Second.
A couple of times, no, he screamed at us.
All right. We're going to get started now. We'll start reading 7F.
What's your name?
Discussion and consideration to adopt a resolution approving Gunner Ranch West groundwater balance plan in compliance with the adopted and enhanced groundwater conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Trieber, Community Economic Development Director, with Ahmad Al-Kayad, our Public Works Director as well. This item stems from a 2014 board adoption of the Gunner Ranch West Specific Plan. In that adoption, the board had identified a number of conditions requiring a groundwater balance plan be prepared by Gunner Ranch West. Subsequent to the board's approval of this item, there was 3 entities that filed lawsuits and litigation. The enhanced groundwater condition that this plan addresses and is requested for adoption by the board is based out of the Root Creek Water District and San Joaquin River Ranch settlement agreements that the board entered into approximately 2 years ago. In that settlement agreement, it did mandate and dictate that the board and the county would adopt a groundwater balance plan identifying a 1.05 sustainable yield. In the past couple of weeks, we have had a number of meetings and discussions with representatives of the Farm Bureau. We, coming out of that, have a much better, frankly, resolution for the board's consideration on adoption that makes it very clear for any of the public here today and listening that if at any time this groundwater balance plan as proposed today is not in compliance with an adopted Madera groundwater sustainability plan, that this plan must be amended within 6 months of that adoption date. So we're available for any questions. We did adhere to the conditions of approval of the project and the settlement agreements. There is substantial protocol for monitoring and the ongoing monitoring of this project as it's built out. We receive monthly well data reports, ground depth to water measurement ratios from Gunner Ranch West on a monthly basis. We are here, recommend the board's adoption of this plan, and we're available for any questions you might have.
It's not working, Brad. I
Supervisor
think,
Wheeler and then Rogers.
yeah, I think, Sarah, you got to change it to 7F. It's on 7E, so it won't let us work.
I'll try
Okay.
it.
Still not working, okay. Anyway,
Just raise our hands.
yeah. Anyway, when they don't have the balance, like, and you said it might happen, if it does happen, what if they're all sold? Does the landowners, are they responsible for that then? How, or is it a water district? What are they doing on this?
Very good question, Supervisor. This condition and the enhancement clearly states that it's the owner, developer, or successor. So if this property is sold, it does fall to that new owner to ensure that compliance. And there is a zone of benefit that was set up during the adoption in 2014 within CSA 22 and fees set and associated with that. So, for example, the board adopted a condition that if they are outside of balance, there's a $15 per day per acre foot charge that the developer, owner, or successor is required to pay. Yes.
And it'll be in the CC&Rs?
Correct. And it is also stipulated, there are provisions within the Farm Bureau settlement agreement that has a maximum extraction cap of 2,000 acre foot. This project cannot extract more than 2,000 acre foot of groundwater for a given year. If they do exceed that, there are penalties and provisions within that settlement agreement with the Farm Bureau. There was concern over somehow this action and request of the adoption of this plan, which, remember, only speaks to the Root Creek and San Joaquin River Ranch settlement agreement that required this plan. The settlement agreement with the Farm Bureau is not superseded or replaced in any fashion with any action the board is doing today. That is set in stone. It did not speak or require this groundwater balance plan in that settlement agreement, and hence why it's not discussed in this plan. But we made that language clear in the resolution before the board that this in no way infringes upon, changes, amends that existing settlement agreement between Madera County and the Madera County Farm Bureau and Gunner Ranch West.
Good. I know we got a couple of newer ones, not new, but we've been working on this with Gunner West since about, I think, 208 or 209 or something. So it's come in front of us a lot, and we've worked very hard to get this water balance, and I'm just glad we got it. And only one last thing, there's a cost of living and that yearly too in there, I hope.
So the fines and penalty provisions within that plan, they have identified the $15 per acre foot per day. It did not, I will confirm that as we do the hearing, because I will look right now at the condition on whether it's stipulated to a consumer price index or not. We have it before us, so I will look.
Thank you. Thank you, boss.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yeah. Matt, you and I had extensive conversations over the last 2 days about this particular issue, and I appreciated your time and your expertise in this. Just to reiterate for the public, if we approve this today, it moves instantly to a 1.05 acre foot per acre limit on use. Am I correct?
That is correct.
And the 2,000 acre feet is already a rule for extraction at this point.
That's correct.
Not extent the adoption of this policy. And that I think one of the more important points that I really want to hear again, rely on, is that in the groundwater sustainability plan, which is a coordinated plan throughout the county, that this project wouldn't be, doesn't have some kind of an outside agreement or operation extent that GSP, that they will have to comply with. That'll become the law of the land, and that will have to be complied with as well under that operation.
That is correct.
What I'd like to hear from you at this point is there any way we can verify more effectively the actuals of this consumption?
That's a very good question, Supervisor, and I believe that there is. Now, as I said, we get monthly data well reports, and those are stamped by an engineer and provided to the county.
That's all paper.
That is correct. It is all paper, and I think it would be, appropriate, and looking at this process, it's one of the concerns, I think, and I don't want to speak for the Farm Bureau, of, where's the verification? And I think moving forward, that's an absolutely good point, and that we should look towards having random staff visits out to the property just to ensure that, the numbers that are being reported, I have no reason to think that they aren't accurate.
Right. And that's not calling anybody a cheat or a liar, but I live by the Reagan philosophy. With anybody I make an agreement with, trust but verify. And I think it's important that we keep on top of that with anybody with whom we do business. I don't think we just rely on, okay, you're reporting, I think that gives us, it's kind of like in our accounting measures. Even in accounting principles, they always tell us to have random checks. You always question what's going on in every organization. You don't just allow it to continue without some oversight, and that's we're no different in that regard. Dealing with the public, it's not that we don't trust the public and that the public doesn't trust us. We need to be trustworthy, and we can do that best by verifying boots on the ground.
Absolutely. So I believe moving forward, that will absolutely be, we'll assume that as direction and make sure that we randomly get out there from time to time to just ensure that.
I think it would be good to codify that into our policy overall somehow. Maybe that would be a good direction for staff if the board so desires. And to codify that into a form. It doesn't have to be scientific where it's mathematically done, but I would say random is better because that is what accounting also requires in verification.
I think it just, I believe, my recommendation would be that we certainly look at it on this specific project, but I know there is a lot of dialogue and discussion occurring as the GSP is moving towards a hearing and adoption date, and I think as part of that, we'll have a larger discussion. So I think certainly on this specific action, it would be appropriate, and I think as we move through the GSP, we'll be looking at, different options on the monitoring and confirming that data on an ongoing basis.
Could you explain to me the importance of passing this GSP or this plan where Valley Children's is concerned and the number of years in the process we've gone through to get to this point on their water issue?
Certainly, Supervisor, and I believe there are some representatives of Children's Hospital as well, but I will simply state what I know as fact. The Gunner Ranch West project has previously and just recently received their waste discharge permit from the State Water Board. Full disclosure, that is being amended based on the hiring and, as I understand, of an operator for that system, so they do have a minor amendment there. But I'll let Children speak to their plans, but there are requirements for any development to occur out there. One of them being that there has to be a regional wastewater treatment plant in place. There has to be a fire station. The board approximately 2 months ago adopted that fire station plan and the specs for that. So I have nothing, nor have I heard anything to say that I don't believe development and expansion of Children's is imminent, and until this plan is adopted, that cannot move forward through the process or proceed.
Right, and Valley Children's is our largest employer in the county, is it not? And about 1,700 plus or minus.
Yeah, I think they'd have that numbers. I've heard, upwards of 5,000. A lot of those are part-time. Employees.
The whole figure, that would be great.
But it is certainly, yes. I think it would be, if it's not the largest, it is one of the largest.
And this expansion will enable them to hire more, and Valley Children's, just as a note, serves more than just Madera County. It serves the state of California and other states in the United States and other nations. There are children who are flown into Valley Children's because of their expertise, because of their prowess. We know that. I've taken my own children there. You have as well. Man, do they ever serve the children of this community. So they're a very important institution. This is not just about a development for homes, and not just about a limited situation. So this is really important a component to me that really means a lot to all of us, I think, and everybody concerned. So anyway, I'll let this proceed. I'm done with my question.
Are there any other questions or comments?
If I could,
would we have the
if I could
project,
simply, I'm sorry.
Would we have the project proponent speak?
I just wanted to address Supervisor Wheeler's question in regards to the penalties having its consumer price index. In reading the plan and the conditions placed by the board, groundwater plan will be, it's $15 per acre foot of imbalance daily until the project's in compliance with the groundwater plan, which will be adjusted annually from 2014 in accordance with the consumer price index. So it does have the CPI.
I thought we did. We don't miss too many of them. Yeah.
That's not per acre foot, that's per acre?
That is per acre foot.
Okay, per acre foot.
Actual
water used.
Yes,
beyond
which And today, $15, which it's been adjusted from 2014, right? At the time it was approved, it equated to about $5,600 an acre foot water. So it was a sizable penalty.
And so this isn't a public hearing, so we don't have the project proponent do it. We'll just open the public comment
That's right.
portion if there are no more questions of staff. All right, I'll now open the public comment portion of item 7F. You can state your name. Now, if you need to go way over like the last one, I will allow it because of the Constitution. We are going to put up the 2-minute timer.
Okay.
So if you want to keep to that.
I hope not.
I don't want to take away anybody's constitutional rights, but I would appreciate staying within the 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Monique Roberts with AECOM. I'm the consulting engineer that was involved in the preparation of the groundwater plan. And I do appreciate you working through your lunch hour, and I will try and be brief. I just wanted to give you a little bit of background on the engineering that went behind the analysis. As far as myself, I have over 30 years of experience as a civil engineer, and my area is primarily in water resources and doing consulting services to agencies within the southern San Joaquin Valley. My office is actually in Bakersfield.
Too bad.
So a similar situation.
Work, live, and play right here in Medina
Yeah.
County.
So in the groundwater plan, there is a considerable detailed calculations, but they're mostly summarized within the, which I think is page 901 in your, it's the flow chart. So that would summarize where the extractions and the replenishments are and as they're calculated in the plan. And so the extractions were based on the proposed land uses, and we did calculations for both indoor and outdoor use in order to be able to determine what amount would be going to the water treatment plant, wastewater treatment plant, and then what would be used for irrigation of landscape. And the numbers that were used are comparable to water demands for similar land use within the San Joaquin Valley. And so then taking from that, we have the sources of replenishment. And we have the flows shown that go to the wastewater treatment plant, and then out of the 1,000 acre feet that's going to the treatment plant, 200 of that is going to be recycled water that's proposed to be used on public landscape areas. We also show the evaporation loss, both on the amount going to the ponds and then is on the irrigation of the landscape itself. And so the replenishment would be what was left after evaporation loss and what is actually used by the plants. And that would be returning the flows to the groundwater basin. The other two terms that we have included in the water balance, we've included a captured engineered stormwater basin, and that's something that is included in the recommendations both in the Madera Regional Groundwater Plan and the City of Madera's Urban Water Management Plan. And what that is there's hard pan soils out in the area, and so the runoff is right now just lost. It's running off and not being captured. And the idea is to capture it in these basins that are engineered to provide percolation so that water would be captured and then returned to the groundwater basin. And in the number that we have on there, we've also included evaporation loss, which is more than half the water is lost to evaporation. So the amount that's actually shown as being deep percolation is less than half. And then the final term is the sustainable natural recharge, which is the 1 acre foot that was talked about previously. So based on the flow chart and the analysis that we've done, it ends up that there's a positive groundwater balance of 392 acre feet annually at full build out. So that in brief.
I have a question specifically for.
We can bring her back up.
Yeah, okay, great.
Okay.
So you don't get to go to lunch just yet. He's
All
going to
right.
have a question after we're done with public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Jeff Reed, and supervisors, I'm Jeff Reed on behalf of Gunner Ranch West. I've got a 3-minute version, a 5-minute version, not a 2-minute version, but
We'll
I
do the
promise
3.
not to go over
Yeah,
this
yeah.
version.
You're done.
First of all, I want to acknowledge the presentation that both your staff and Ms. Roberts gave. The study reflects diligent evaluations by very qualified professionals, which confirms that the projected water uses and recharges will attain a positive water balance as required by the Gunner Ranch West entitlements. But the plan is only one element of a broader set of compliance standards that are also detailed in that enhanced water balance condition. And the other compliance standards require an ongoing monitoring and the implementation of changes based on the monitoring data obtained from real-world operations. And the plan is further supported by significant penalties that are triggered if timely refinements are not made to maintain actual water balance in operational conditions. There have been those that have used litigation previously to delay this project for over 3 years, and they're now arguing for a further delay on the claim that we should await development of the new groundwater sustainability plan. But that request is not consistent with the entitlements that the county approved, and the plan has been under county's review and the Technical Review Committee's evaluations since its initial draft was submitted in March of 2018. Under the terms of the development agreement between the Gunners and the county, all subsequent entitlements applications for the project, which this water balance is among, are to be processed on an expeditious basis. So the efforts to delay this plan's approval based on a desire to complete other governmental policy development is effectively proposing to impose a development moratorium on this project, which the legal standards for such a moratorium are not satisfied, and such arrangements would not be consistent with the adopted development agreement arrangements. Nothing in the county's entitlements exempts this project from compliance with any of the applicable GSP requirements or SACOC requirements. And the resolution that has been presented for your approval of this initial water balance plan confirms that. The development and submittal of this groundwater plan is in accordance with the adopted conditions of entitlements. No special exemption from future governmental program requirements exist. No special burdens for compliance with future governmental plans should be imposed. Any new legal maneuvers being recommended to seek a further delay for this project approvals will unnecessarily delay infrastructure construction in the residential, commercial, and employment center development that's intended by the Gunner Ranch West specific plan, and your board should not support those delay efforts. And we appreciate your consideration and deliberations on the submitted groundwater balance plan. Thank you.
You really did have a 3-minute version.
Congratulations.
Good afternoon, Chairman Frazier, other board members. My name is Jesse Hudgens. I'm an employee of Valley Children's and here representing the organization today. On behalf of Valley Children's, we would like to ask for your support in the board's approval of the Gunner Ranch West Groundwater Balance Plan. As you know, Valley Children's is a nonprofit organization serving children exclusively. With more than 650 physicians and 3,400 employees, we serve more than 1.3 million children in the 12 counties we primarily serve. Valley Children's has grown from a 42-bed hospital in 1952 to a 358-bed, nationally respected pediatric healthcare network. The hospital is the largest employer in Madera County, and we're proud to have and be such a significant part of the community. The hospital's main campus is located in Gunner Ranch West specific plan area. The hospital currently includes almost 800,000 square feet of space. Under the Gunner Ranch West specific plan and other land approvals, the hospital is authorized to expand its facilities to approximately 1.1 million square feet. Other lands acquired by the hospital from the Gunner family in 2012 give the hospital the ability to develop an additional 380,000 square feet of medical campus uses. These future expansion capabilities will enable the hospital to care for even more children in the future. The groundwater balance plan before you today is critical to the hospital's ability to expand its facilities and its services within the specific plan area. The approval of the plan is necessary for the development of infrastructure in the area that will serve the hospital's existing uses and potential uses under the build-out scenarios authorized by the specific plan. Approval of the plan is therefore of vital importance to the hospital. Thank you for your consideration.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Peters. I'm on the executive branch of the Madera County Farm Bureau, and I'm here representing Christina Bexid, who is in Sacramento currently.
And I am Nick Davis with Madera County Farm Bureau President.
And we just want to thank you for your time and your effort and the inclusion of our settlement agreement within the resolution. We'd also like to take this opportunity to reiterate our request that the Board of Supervisors would wait to approve the resolution until after new data is released in the next 90 days under the Sigma plan. This request and its foundational reasons have been expressed via letters from the Technical Review Group and the Madera County Farm Bureau, and directly from Matt Traber, who was here at our last executive board meeting, and we graciously appreciate you coming. It was a blessing. So to avoid any redundancy and anything else there, and to keep it short, I just want to thank you for your time and consideration in waiting just that 90 days.
Good afternoon, Chairman Frazier, members of the board. My name is Ed McIntyre. I live at 1234 DeChesney Avenue. I wouldn't be up here speaking, but I've been waiting for 3 hours, so I'll get him 1 minute in.
That's good, thank you. See you later.
All right. Actually, I wanted to commend your staff and the applicant in developing what I considered it to be the most comprehensive balance plan I've ever seen. And I'm hoping that the county uses that as a template for all other uses. And if we do that, those areas that have severe overdraft can start to gain rebalance. Out in this particular project area, there's very little or no overdraft. So setting the template here, I think, is going to be very useful for other areas. Specifically, I'm thinking of the city of Madera where I live. We have a positive contribution as well, but we still have a decline in our aquifer, and we need to get that addressed. I also wanted to refer to Supervisor Robert Rogers' comments about Valley Children's being an entity that serves a vast area. It's also known as one of the finest children's hospitals in the United States. Right. We got that. We have a responsibility to take care of them, and they legitimized us as a place where large projects would come. And the board has done a really good job in directing staff to put this plan together. I encourage you to pass it. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment regarding this item? I appreciate all of you taking the time. I'm going to close the public comment portion and bring it back to the board. I know Supervisor Rogers, you had a question.
Yeah, I wanted to ask the engineer from AECom, give you a chance to get up here. Groundwater recharge is a very important science and can really rescue our future in Madera County. It has to be based on real data. On what did you base your historical data for the recharge element, the 392 square feet? What rainfall data did you use? What was the data?
Well, the 392 is basically it's the difference.
It's the full.
Right, it's for the whole analysis, so
Right.
it's the inflows minus the extraction.
Right.
Right. So the rainfall is included in the 1,085, that 1 acre foot per acre of, that's the sustainable yield, natural recharge amount that has been the accepted amount in the agreement.
What was the time frame of your rainfall data?
That's based on the agreement.
Historical or just on the agreement?
Right. We were using, because that's what the groundwater plan was to be based on, that's the number that's in that settlement agreement, that is the number to use, so.
Yeah, reality is really important in this kind of thing.
I understand that,
Yeah,
and that's
and-
what the Sigma process will eventually determine. But for the time being of this groundwater plan and the basis that it was to be developed on, that was the number that was in the document.
Okay. And that's a regional issue too.
It is,
for that.
right. I understand that,
Especially that ground out there with the hard pan and what have you.
Well,
Well, the science that you're going to use to make that recharge possible will be engineered into the basin through what means dry well. I'm just curious on this point. Dry wells.
Well, according to the information that I've seen, and then the hydrogeologist that worked on the planning of it is Ken Schmidt, who is well-respected and
Knows his stuff.
very knowledgeable and has been doing this for years and years and years. And the conclusions that he came to is that this is possible, that there's nothing geologically speaking in the area that would be, that would make it not work. My understanding is the hard pan is just the initial top layer. It's not like it's,
Right.
it's just, you manage to get rid of that, loosen it up, fill it with some other topsoil, and it's.
And you'll do perk tests to make
Right,
sure that that actually
right,
happens.
right.
So that it's not just guessing you're going to do
Right.
that.
That would be part of the project design.
Right, and that'll be monitored through observations and metrics?
As far as what ends up in those in the stormwater basins, yeah, that could be monitored.
Over time, will adjustments be made to the plan if that historical rainfall shortfalls?
Right, yes.
Okay,
That's
so-
those monitoring, all the monitoring protocols are also included in the plan.
Right, so it's, what you're telling me is that it's based on reality, not just historical data, that if we get a dry period of another 5 years, that's going to upset the apple cart in the plan. The plan will adjust to accommodate for that dry period?
Right, well, the plan has specific monitoring requirements, and then I can't speak to every detail of it, but my understanding is that it's over a period of time, and I think it's a 5-year average.
Right.
And that their monitoring has to, and if you're not meeting it, then there's the consequences that go along with
Right,
that.
regardless of the weather.
Right, I mean,
That's
the
my
plan
point.
is, this is our best estimate of
Right.
what we think is going to happen. The monitoring and the enforcement would be based on what actually happens.
That's my whole point in my questioning is the reality of what's happening takes precedent over the science of what we thought might happen.
Right. Now, we attempted to be conservative in all of our assumptions, so hopefully that we're okay, but
Yeah,
yes, reality.
Hopefully things get
we
there
can't-
in an adequate way.
We don't have a crystal ball to know what the next
None of
20
us
years
do.
are going to actually be. Yeah.
I don't place much trust in crystal ball science, so I like it when somebody tells me, yeah, reality is more important.
Right.
So thank you for your answers.
Okay.
Supervisor Poitras?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going over this whole issue, it's concerning to me because it's more of at least initially, it's more of a relationship issue because, here in Madera County, we have a lot of missiles and mortars and things being tossed at us, and they're typically from DC, a lot from Sacramento, and lots of places, and it grieves me whenever I see an issue like this, and we're having issues within the county. It's like, I look at it as our cousins, MID, the Farm Bureau. We've got our number one industry, agriculture and water conveyance systems and so forth. And so when I look at this, I just kind of wonder, have we really done everything we could to resolve some of these issues? So first of all, a question I've got, Matt, you indicated that you believe that there was a resolution that was, at least regarding some of the concerns of the Farm Bureau, that was reached the other night. But, hearing from the Farm Bureau representatives, it doesn't sound like we've reached full resolution. They're asking for 90 more days till the report comes out, and then who knows what happens after the report comes out. But do you have a response as far as what that resolution meant?
Sure. So it wasn't just a continuation or timing. There was concerns that were voiced to me from the Farm Bureau in regards to, hey, this plan doesn't make one mention to the settlement agreement that the county adopted and entered into with the Madera County Farm Bureau. And, through that process and the explanation that settlement agreement with the Farm Bureau and the county had nothing to do with requiring a groundwater balance plan, and hence why that settlement agreement isn't discussed within the plan. That's where we had subsequent language that was added to the resolution, page 3 of the resolution, and item number 3 on that clearly calls out that no action that the board would take on this groundwater plan in any way subverts or eliminates the project's requirement and the county's requirement in regards to the Farm Bureau settlement agreement. So that was one aspect. There was the aspect of this timing issue that we've spoken to, in that, the county has a responsibility to the project Gunner Ranch West to act in a timely fashion. They have submitted this plan in spring of 18. The condition required a 6-month review process for the technical review committee, and then responses to comments, and here we are today as a part of that. So it's taken a while, right? The project was approved in 2014, and the project's been moving through litigation as we have in the preparation of this plan, and we're here today for that. That's where the notion of, okay, we don't know specifically. We know when the GSP has to be adopted by, but I don't believe we will see that within 90 days. And so the notion is, okay, well, let's require, if there is discrepancies between this document that's being requested for the board to approve and the adopted GSP, then this plan has to be amended within 6 months. The GSP is going to be amended over the next 20 years, right? Once it's adopted. That's why there's, reviews on an ongoing basis of that document. This plan will also be amended to be in concert with that GSP. So I think the issue on the timing, we've done our best to try to address that, and we put in some protocols to make sure that this clearly has to be amended within 6 months. We aren't going to see this project, which is the only usage of water out there today, the only groundwater use that's occurring is for Children's Hospital. It's dry farmed. They have the extraction limit. It is not going to come close to a 1.05, which is what this plan dictates in the next year, which we're really talking about a year from now. If the plan's not in compliance with the GSP, we'll be here amending the plan to be in compliance with it at that time. This will allow them to put in a substantial amount of capital to start the construction on that regional wastewater treatment plant and the fire station to see that expansion. But you're not going to see significant water usage with urban development occurring in the next year. That's why, my recommendation is that we proceed. We have safety measures that have been put in place to ensure compliance with the GSP moving forward.
Thank you. And why, it comes down to, both entities have, both entities being MID and Farm Bureau, requested that nothing happen until the plan comes out. Why do you think that's the case? I mean, we've spent a lot of time, we've been providing insurances, you've spent a lot of time and others, and we've got a study, although MID doesn't believe it's independent, but why do you think that's the situation at that point? And then the GSP comes out, and then what, if we were to wait?
So, I mean, I hate to put conjecture into what their truly thoughts are. I think they look at it and they go, why are we rushing, which we aren't. As I laid out, this plan came in 2018. We've been very diligent. We provided 6 months in review process. We prepared responses. The county engineer reviewed those responses and concurred and adopted those. So we've been very diligent through this process. I think there is a concern that this will be found not to be in full compliance with the GSP when and if, when that is finally adopted. And I think that's a valid concern, and I think that's why we clearly stipulate that they can't circumnavigate or circumvent in any fashion the county GSP. They have to be in compliance with that. It's based off of the best data that has been adopted. A lot of this, right, it comes out of the settlement agreement that the board entered into and said, we will adopt a groundwater plan with a 1.05. That 1.05 number came from a Root Creek Water District study that was done, yes, several years ago, early 2000s, mid 2000s. Ken Schmidt, Provost and Pritchard worked on that, and that's where that number comes from. So I think there is a concern that, I guess if they were here to speak, that there's some, precedents that we are setting here. And I don't believe that's the case. I believe it's based off of good, solid data and adopted studies. And when we have a different study that's adopted, and if it identifies a different number, then we will absolutely, and Gunner, I think we heard from their representative, will absolutely have to amend that and live by whatever the GSP is adopted. And it's in the resolution. They'd be found, they wouldn't be in compliance with their conditions or the settlement agreements, and, we'd have major issues. And I'm confident that no party wants that, and I hope that helps to answer your question a little bit.
It does, and I think what it really comes down to is the T word, trust. I think that if there was, clear trust between the parties, we wouldn't be having this discussion, or at least the discussion would be a lot shorter. But I think it's incumbent on us to really, ensure that the things that we've been, if we move forward to go over more than normal to make sure that these things happen and remain in good communication. Again, the fact that we got here, is unsettling, but I think that that's something that we really have to work on. Thank you.
Yeah, I just, Rob, it's a good question, and I tell you, they've been in front of us, I know 4 times back then, before I think even 2014, and I was against it all along because they did not have no water balance in it. I was not going to vote for nothing like that. We went round and round and round, and I'm totally for this now. You can ask Leonard. We had some knockdown, drag out talks even about some of the stuff that I made comments about here, and we're up to that point now that we've really hashed this out with everybody. This is not, 90 more days. It's been 9 years at least that I've been, and I got a whole file on this project that big at home, and it's and they've stepped up to the plate as far as I'm concerned. They really have, and I'm ready to make a motion. I got it marked here, so if you're ready.
David, you had one more, and then I
Yeah,
have
one more thing. I just wanted to say that, just to look back at history on this from my perspective, I originally voted against the Gunner West project.
Yeah, we all did.
When it came to their entitlement, I was the single vote against the whole thing. Jeff, you remember that? Yes, I do. And I had my reason.
That's in one of his notes.
I had my single reason, and my single reason was concern over water. That was it. It remains my single concern. In every project, it will be a concern. Every project, not just Gunner West, every project.
Yep.
And no one will, I can assure you this, no one will get around or circumvent or hinder the GSP sustainable yield. It will happen. And it will be verifiable, and it will be, people have often talked about farmers who are now, some people who have come into the county of late who have converted grazing land to farming land, and they're concerned about that and afraid that these guys are going to skate and get by with what they're doing. Well, they're going to be subject to sustainable yield. Nobody's going to skate by anything. It's going to happen in every sector of what we're doing, whether it's communities or farming or industry or whatever the case may be. Everybody's going to be in the same boat where there's no water, and that's the fact. I do think the boots on the ground verification will have to be become a part of everything we do. Trust but verify. No different for Gunner West than it would be for anybody else. We're verifying for Tesoro Viejo and Riverstone. We will verify for all, and that just has to be the way it is. The one thing that concerns me today is Valley Children's moving forward with their project, and I do believe that there are enough safeguards in place. This comes from a guy who voted against the project originally. I believe there are enough safeguards in place to keep the foot to the fire on this water issue. And even if there were incorrect assumptions made on the part of engineering, which I'm not saying there were, I think you've done a good job of making your point. And this is a family business for me, so it's really important. My dad has been a structural engineer for years and studied groundwater recharge since the early 70s, so he knows the business. But the thing is that no one is going to get by with anything here. It's all, there are enough checks and balances in place. I do think the boots on the ground verification will be an important component of this to make all of us feel better. Trust but verify, and that's all I'm going to say.
Just a couple of questions. So when it has to come back and be amended, because there's no such thing as grandfathering in under Sigma, right? The city of Madera is going to have to adhere to Sigma. It doesn't matter if they were founded in the mid-1800s versus founded in 2018. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. What would be the remedies if after it's amended to the 0.5 and say, because they're at 1.05, that they would they have to not develop as much? Would they have to bring in extra water, or what would that plan look like?
Excellent question, Chairman. And I think it's going to depend on a lot of things, one of them being the framework and what the GSP would identify for, the processes and the different things there. Yes, I think obviously one would be they simply reduce the footprint of the development, right? And they have, instead of 2,000 homes, maybe they're building 1,700 homes.
Or bringing in
Right.
water.
The other option is, they're going to secure water rights from an entity or a water district and acquire those rights. There could be the possibility, if the framework's in place through the GSP, right, and I'm getting outside of mine, but would be that they acquire and fallow
land,
irrigated lands within the basin and within Madera County's GSP. They go and acquire. If they're 200 acre out of balance, they go and acquire 400 acre and fallow and put a restriction and covenant that shall never have water usage on it, right? So there will certainly, and that's where the GSP aspects would come in, right? And frankly, another argument on why delaying and waiting is because there's still a lot of work to be done on that aspect. So I would envision quite a few steps that would be available in that scenario where it's not in compliance and they can't get there on their developable property. They acquire surface water rights, they acquire lands within Madera's GSP boundaries and fallow that land within close proximity to this project.
Within the framework, it has to get to that. However they get to it, it has to be
Within the
there.
framework, yep.
And if it doesn't, what are our remedies? Is it at building permits? We won't we don't issue them, so it can't move forward. Is that?
That is correct. And then also, remember, that's where we come with the penalties. And those penalties, in essence, were set up in 2014 at the board adoption to go and make sure we could offset their imbalance. That's why they are set as high as they are, so that those monies would flow into the county and be utilized, and they're restricted in the conditions. They have to be utilized for groundwater recharge, right? So they could go towards basin, acquiring surface water. That's why those penalties are set at such a high rate, and another aspect of the development to ensure we have compliance with a groundwater balance.
And then I know that 90 days doesn't seem like a lot. It is, depending on who's looking at it, obviously. But say we got even to the 90 days, it got pushed out to the 90 days, there was a new number. That number would then have to be studied, put into the plan, and take that same 6 months, right, that they were going to have to do once it gets adopted anyway, that they have to amend it. So we're really talking about the exact same time frame, whether we were to pass it today or wait the 30 days, right, in terms of getting it to the number that the GSP would require. Does that seem like an accurate statement?
Yes, it does. And the only thing I would add, which I may have already stated, is I think 90 days is quite aggressive to see that GSP being up for board consideration and adoption.
We're probably looking at more like a year.
Less than a year, I think probably November, December timeframe of this year.
If you had the study plus,
Correct.
I'm not talking about a year for the number for the GSP. And, you know, I wasn't here when this was approved. I was running my campaign and got to say whatever I wanted to about it. But I wasn't in favor because it seemed like it was just groundwater and that was it. And so the trust word comes in. I was very central to the negotiations with the Farm Bureau and the development. And that's where I gained a lot of trust on both sides, right? The Farm Bureau was not trying to kill this. It wants to make sure that when we develop in Madera County, we develop correctly. And I found it from the very beginning that it was a very pure intent. Working with the Gunners, I learned to trust at that point. You know, the pressure points and what it looked like to get to those numbers, and those were not, these numbers and these settlements were not, you know, it took a long time to get there.
Right.
And a lot of trust had to build, and at some point, you know, I want to help to try and repair that and have a development that is a benefit to the area, not a detriment. Because at the end of the day, I have to look at Bar Colberg in the eye, who is a neighbor to the project, and make sure that he's not harmed by it. I have to look to the farmers next to it and make sure that they're not harmed by it. And that's why, you know, through this, through the public process, through the engagement from all the different entities that are concerned by it. And I mean, we addressed the hospital, we addressed Rolling Hills, we addressed neighboring farmers and how this could sit in there, and it's a better project today because of that engagement. And the first thing when this was coming, I said, show me that language again, because I knew it was in there that says that they have to adhere to the GSP, that we're not setting some precedents. And I think that's really at the crux of this matter, is it seems like we're setting a precedence, right? We've been doing all of this engagement with the community, selling this 0.5 number as that's the number that you're going to have to live with, right? And now all of a sudden we're saying, well, 1.05 is okay. But we also have had those same discussions that say 0.5 isn't year one. We can't get to 0.5 in year one. If we did, we would cripple the farming community.
Yeah.
Right? It's a scaling back of it. And so when we look at policy decisions that we're making, listening to the advisory committee from the farming community, we're seeing that it has that scaling back. And to get this off the ground, to get the expansion for our largest single employer, and still allow our largest overall employer in the county and industry to coexist. I think we're doing that with this. I think we're able to scale it in, allow for that expansion that is needed, at the same time create some economic development and stay true to how much water is going to be sustainably yielded out of here. Those are my points. I don't know if you still.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one more comment, and that I'll say what I said however many years ago it was in the original hearing. I know Jeff will cringe when he hears this, but, you know, if we put 20,000 acres of trees out there and they die, that's on whoever put the trees in. If we put 20,000 homes out there and we can't provide water, we're going to hear about it. And so it's incumbent upon us to do the right thing to protect the groundwater, protect each and every individual extent the project and the project itself. And if they were farming the ground today, they would be using 4 acre-feet of water per acre on the average, I would say, probably. Am I wrong? Is that the right figure?
Probably.
What you're farming, but.
Yeah, depending on what you're farming. 4 acre-feet of water per acre, and that's a significant amount of money. This resolution will restrict that today to 1.05, and then tomorrow to the GSP, whenever that tomorrow comes, to the GSP, and we will, I think, point well taken, we will make sure that that happens. We will verify that happens. And our staff knows that we're taking this very seriously. They know that. We talk every day about the number one thing that can ruin this whole show for all of us, and that's water. You have ghost towns if you don't have water, and we don't want that. So we're not going to plan for that. We're planning for a good future for all of us. Thank you.
Ready?
Yeah.
I move to approve item 7F.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes?
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you for staying engaged. We'll keep going with it. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right.
Good morning, afternoon.
I'm gonna recharge some water for myself.
Yeah.
We'll take a short break, about 2 minutes.
Okay.
You got cups in?
Yeah.
We have a meeting at 3 o'clock too. Are you guys gonna go get it? No. Have you eaten yet?
not here today? No, she's sick. Oh, she's sick.
Discussion and update for consideration of approval of recommendations for crediting within the Madera County GSA in the Chowchilla Subbasin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Stephanie and Agneson, Director of Water and Natural Resources. I'm bringing to you 3 separate items that are recommendations from our advisory committee, and I'll give you an update on each basin as we go. So for the Chowchilla GSP, we foresee having a complete draft at the end of July, and then that will enter a 90-day required public comment period. So pretty much the earliest you will see a draft of any GSP could be November.
That answered that question.
So in terms of recommendations, you've seen the first 2 on the screen before. I'll read them. In February, the committee recommended that as part of the GSP, the native groundwater be allocated equally across irrigated and unirrigated land within the county GSAs. So that was the native groundwater number of about 0.5 acre feet per acre. This allocated water to both irrigated and unirrigated land, which gives us the possibility for a water market. In March, the committee recommended that as part of our initial model, we use a 2 to 3% decrease in consumptive use from 2020 to 2040. So now we have the 2 recommendations from last month's meeting, and they were both in terms of credits. The committee recommended that credits were given only for activities that introduce new water into the subbasin. This is new water that hasn't been previously counted. So if the stormwater is already within the subbasin, it doesn't count towards it. And then there was a follow-up recommendation for the credits in terms of the amount to be evaluated by an outside entity. So I've already broached the topic with Fresno State to see if they have folks who might be interested in a long-term partnership with the county. But those are the 2 recommendations in front of you. So as you'll recall from last month and the month before, this isn't a voting thing. It's just a thumbs up if you're okay with it, or thumbs down. Yes. And then these would be incorporated into the GSP for Chowchilla. And it's important not to approve them piecemeal because we have to make sure that we incorporate them in a document and then it goes out for public comment.
Well, Stephanie, in terms of, so bringing in the new water, the state, still, have they made a determination of whether or not recharge is a beneficial use of water? Would that?
So currently it's not listed under water code as a beneficial use, but that doesn't mean we can't count it in our water balance.
Perfect.
We can. Are there any other questions on these recommendations? Okay.
Any questions?
I think it's really interesting, the votes on that. It's really telling a very united concept here. I'm pleased to see that we have the ag community behind us in what we're doing.
Yeah, the committee is ag and residential and disadvantaged community members as well. So that was the last item under this particular 7G.
And I saw everyone's thumb up. Was I accurate in seeing that?
Yes.
I'm tired.
Understood. Probably hungry.
Very hungry.
Yeah.
All right, so 7H.
Discussion and an update for consideration of approval of recommendations crediting within the Madera County GSA in the Delta Mendota subbasin.
County Council, would you like to let everyone know why these are in 3 separate?
Well, because they are listed for actual action, we put approval of, and so because it was action on each separate
GSP.
Yeah, thank you, GSP, that's why we listed them separately. And so on the last item and on this item, if you'd like to take it a vote, it's appropriate.
Okay, should we have taken a vote on the last one? All right,
I
so
would recommend.
let's stay on 7G. Is there a motion
Move to approve?
We have a motion and a second, Madam Clerk.
Who first? Who moved?
David, or Supervisor Rogers, and Supervisor Rodriguez was the second.
Everybody is quick to make motions on that one.
I know.
Yeah, geez.
Supervisor,
They're sitting on their hands for a while.
These others are pregnant pauses and.
It's like what happened, they got their thumbs, and everybody set in their hand, now their thumbs loose, they can make a motion.
Supervisor Rogers,
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez, Supervisor Poitras,
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers. Did I do that right? Wheeler.
Oh, I'm here.
I get 2 votes?
Yes. Supervisor Frazier.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
7H, which has already been read into the record. So 7H.
Sorry. So this is the same recommendation for the Delta Mendota Subbasin, and we just wanted to clarify that we're approving the recommendation to move forward and be incorporated in the GSP.
Move to approve.
So in regards to the Delta Mendota, so we have just a small portion. Are
Right.
these are our recommendations from within our,
For the county GSA within the Delta Mendota.
In their area,
And we have
yeah.
3,000 or so acres there.
are other agencies, other GSAs within the Delta Mendota looking at this similarly?
In terms of crediting?
Yes.
Yeah, they do not have specific recommendations at this point, but this is a pretty
They'll have to
solid
sooner or later.
thing. We want to bring extra water in, and I know that the exchange contractors would support that.
Okay.
And for the public's information, it'll have to be coordinated. It cannot, one can't conflict with the other.
Right.
Without adjudication by the state.
Is there any public comment on 7G? No, 7G.
H.
Oh.
7G.
H.
7G.
Oh.
Is there any
We're
public
going back
comment
in
regarding
time.
7G? Seeing none, I'll call a close to the public comment on 7G. Do we have a?
I'll move on 7H.
Is there any public comment regarding 7H? Seeing none, I'll call a close to the public comment for 7H.
Second.
I move to approve.
Motion and a second, Madam Clerk.
Okay, so who first and who's second? Because y'all are going just way too fast for me.
Supervisor Rogers, Supervisor Wheeler was the
Okay,
second.
Supervisor Rogers.
Gotta watch which finger I was putting up.
Supervisor Wheeler.
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez. Supervisor Poitras.
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
All right. 7I.
Discussion and update for consideration of approval of recommendations for crediting within the Madera County GSA in the Madera Subbasin.
Okay, Stephanie Agneson, Director of Water and Natural Resources. These are the recommendations before you. They're the same as they were for the other two subbasins. I do want to give you a little bit more of an update for Madera since I'm the plan manager. We have released chapters 1 and 2, and they are available for what we're calling an informal public comment. We do have a formal public comment period beginning in August that's 90 days. And the email address for public comments is maderagspcomments@maderacounty.com, which sends it to me and a consultant who tracks all the comments in a database. In terms of next meeting dates, the GSA Advisory Committee is meeting May 17th, and we're going to have an in-depth discussion of allocations of what some people are calling transitional water or existing stored groundwater. These are recommendations only for the county GSA, not for the overall county. And so we're going to talk about how we might move towards sustainability, and those are the key questions.
Perfect. Any questions for Stephanie regarding this? If not, I'll open public comment for 7I. See no public comment, I'll close public
Move to
comment.
approve.
Second?
We have a motion and a second, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Wheeler.
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers.
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras.
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
7J.
Rate study for county groundwater sustainability agencies. Discussion and consideration to approve transfer of appropriations number 18-116 in the amount of $45,000, transfer from appropriations to contingencies, appropriations for contingencies general to water, natural resources, professional and specialized services for fiscal year 2018-19. A purchasing agent agreement with Raftellus in the amount of $43,657 will be executed upon approval of this transfer. Raftellus will assist the Madera County Department of Water and Natural Resources to determine the level of funding required to adequately fund the administration of the three county groundwater sustainability agencies through a regulatory fee for fiscal years 2018 and 19, 2019 and 20. 4 votes required.
Stephanie Agneson, Director of Water and Natural Resources. This item is before you because the Water and Natural Resources Department needs to borrow funds from the general fund in order to fund a rates study. The rates study is under SGMA. We can assess a regulatory fee, and that would be a fee that we would do outreach on, we would gather data, and we would probably assess by parcel, though we haven't decided on a methodology since we need to hire the consultant. But this is an administrative fee under SGMA. For large-scale recharge projects, we would need to do a 218 and probably will in 2020. So those are 2 upcoming fees, and I just want to be transparent. This is sort of a stool with 3 legs. The third leg is the current work that we're doing with the Flood Control and Water Conservation Agency in order to keep the levees functional and the flood water available for recharge. I'd be glad to answer any questions about this item.
I just have, we have no regular budget for them for doing anything, right? No. Are we going to put some in for this next round of
For next year?
Yeah,
Well,
for next year.
hopefully the administrative fee will fund the GSAs. That's the idea. This will allow us to fund both staff costs as well as large-scale recharge planning studies and water rights applications.
But what if we need to do some studies like that we need? I mean, should we not have some kind of a little fund for them? I mean, almost all of our other departments do. I mean, I'd look into it just to see when we do the budget next month, so.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yeah, I agree with that, what Tom said there. But this has nothing to do with flood control in that regard, correct? Because
Nope.
we were looking into flood control, we're going to do a separate situation for that, right?
That's absolutely right. There's a 218 that's going on right now for flood control. We're doing the engineering study. There's this, which is a regulatory fee to run the 3 GSAs.
Right.
And then there's a potential 218 for the capital improvements we would need for large-scale recharge.
Don't you love the state of California, I tell you. It's the way it is.
But the 218 would be for actual projects.
Yes, that's right.
It would be to actually put water into the ground, to get water when available, to help with our overall balance.
Right.
So that it's an investment in being able to continue the industry in which we have.
Absolutely, absolutely. But this fee in and of itself could pay for all the pre-work that has to be done, feasibility analyses and studies. The water rights application has a CEQA component in California.
Yeah, I don't want to mischaracterize this by making that, or my remark earlier, I'm not speaking facetiously against this, because this has to happen. This just has to happen. It's just like the flood control situation, that just has to happen, or we're not going to have clear channels and flood control capability as well as groundwater recharge.
And this is also, for conveyance where we can all share in that burden versus, for different areas that need to get it to where they're at.
Right.
We need to be that conduit or the bridge to get there. Is that?
And it's all local. All happens local. We're helping ourselves. I'll move to approve.
Is there any other questions regarding this? Looks like meeting fatigue has firmly set in.
No lunch fatigue.
Yeah. I'm gonna get you a Snickers.
Lack of protein to the brain.
All right, is there any public comment, not public guardian, public comment regarding this item? I'm sure we'll hear it in the donut shops. I'll close the public comment portion of it, bring it back to the board for action.
Move to approve.
We have a motion,
Second.
and we have a second, Supervisor Rogers and Supervisor Wheeler.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez? Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Passes 5-0 vote.
We better get these guys some food quick. It's nearly
My
done.
rear,
right.
my rear is
pending-
shaking hands with my belly button, and I tell you, I think nothing's there now, but air.
Don't even know where to go with that. Pending legislation, I believe we have one.
I used to say my asshole, but I said it.
I don't know if this is a good time or a bad time.
Perfect time.
I'm Melissa De Silva, Chief of Staff to Chairman Frazier. I'm here today to talk about asking for a letter of support for, SB 742. This will allow Amtrak to pick up and drop off passengers on their Amtrak intercity thoroughway bus routes without requiring them to have a train ticket. So in the past, if you couldn't get on their bus unless you were on their train. So now they're offering to pick people up and move them around at a cost savings, and so we're asking for support.
So this is very important to Madera County because they've identified our station as the terminus that will pick up the bus and take it to the Silicon Valley. And so if we don't have this legislation in place, a resident from Madera County would have to purchase a train ticket in Fresno just to get on the bus in Madera.
There should be a copy of the letter in front of you.
Yeah, got it.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Everyone good?
Good idea.
All right.
You make a big excuse for lunch.
All right. I think if anyone doesn't have any legal things that they need to report as for supervisor report, I'll just.
I attended RCRC in desert, high desert.
Spent 4 days in D.C. campaigning for the Valley Air Board and us on trees and past true traffic.
Supervisor Butchers?
What's considered legal, not?
Anything that you, was it use county, expense of county
to go
funds
to.
To go to?
No.
All right. With that, I will adjourn this meeting.
Thank you, boss.
Oh, not bad.